and human rights activists working on the Rohingya diaspora from all around the world, including Bangladesh. This two-day event is going to highlight the widespread human rights violation, systematic persecution, and possible genocide faced by the Rohingyas in Myanmar. Rohingya diaspora spread around the world is going to share their experience in the next 2 days and connect with the Rohingyas both inside and outside Myanmar so that the Rohingyas can devise policies to put pressure on Myanmar, indeed with the goal to returning to their homeland in the Arakan, Myanmar, with dignity and right to citizenship. Today, we have among us speakers and discussants from Australia, Bangladesh, Canada, India, Japan, Malaysia, Myanmar, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, the Netherlands, UK, USA, and participants from all around the world through Zoom and Facebook live streaming pages of Action Aid Bangladesh, Center for Peace and Justice, Dhaka University, and Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. In this inauguration session, we have among us His Excellency Mr. Cherno Marina, Solicitor General and Legal Secretary, the Ministry of Justice, Government of the Republic of the Gambia, as the guest of honor, and His Excellency Mr. Masood bin Momen, the Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh, as chief guest, and Ms. Farah Kabir, Country Director, Action Aid Bangladesh, Mr. Manzoor Hassan Obi, Executive Director, Center for Peace and Justice, Prague University, and Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, Professor of International Relations and Director, Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka, to grace the event. Before beginning the inauguration of the International E-Conference, please allow me with a few seconds to read out the housekeeping rules for your kind convenience. During the speech of the panelists, you are requested to put your microphone on the mute. Then you can place your comment and query in the Zoom chat box. These will be addressed during the question answer session each of the panel. During the question answer session, please write your question comment on the Zoom chat box. The moderator and the panel will address them accordingly. After each session, there will be a designated slot for the journalist reporters to talk to the panel. Respected journalists and reporters are requested to raise their questions during that specific slot. The e-brochure of the International E-Conference is available or shortly will be available in the file section of the Zoom chat box. So that would be more or less the housekeeping rules, and your kind cooperation in this regard will be highly appreciated. With that note, now I would like to request Mr. Manzoor Hassan Obi, Executive Director, Center for Peace and Justice, Prague University, for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. And good evening to you all. Good evening and good afternoon and good morning. A very warm welcome to you all wherever you are. Honorable Chief Guest, Secretary of the Government of Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. Masood bin Momen, and the guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Cherno Marina, the Solicitor General and Legal Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, the Republic of Ghana. Speakers, panelists, and discussants. My respected fellow conference co-convener, Ms. Farah Kabir, Country Director of Action Aid, and Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, Director of the Center for Genocide Studies at the University of Dhaka. Members of the print and electronic media, distinguished guests, and conference participants. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you to the new normal e-conference and to thank you for dedicating a significant portion of the next 2 days to this important gathering, connecting the Rohingya diaspora, highlighting the global displacement. I'm delighted and honored to be given this pleasant task of welcoming you all. Over 1,200 participants have registered, and your virtual presence is indeed cherished. Finally, we welcome those who are following us on various social media platforms. We very much look forward to receiving your comments and observations online, and my colleagues will be doing their best to bring your feedback to the attention of the moderators, speakers, and panelists. This conference has brought together an impressive array of experts, scholars, researchers, and human rights activists working on the Rohingya issue from around the world. We eagerly await to hear from them, particularly from some of the most prominent members of the Rohingya diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, August is a somber month for Bangladeshis all over the world. We painfully remember our father of the nation and the brutal killing of Bangabandhu and his family. Since 2017, we are also reminded of the grave atrocities that happened against the Rohingya in Myanmar. The Rohingya people consider today, 25th August, as the Genocide Day. We proudly stand in solidarity with them as we remember our own difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Rohingyas' brutal displacement from Myanmar enters its fourth year, there is increasing attention to the need for sustainable solutions for the nearly 1 million Rohingya in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. As long as the safe, just, and dignified conditions, as demanded by all, go unmet, the sufferings of Rohingya will remain a pressing regional concern, and their repatriation to Myanmar remains a remote possibility. The lack of resolution creates frustration, not only for the Rohingya, but continues to challenge the state and non-state actors globally. Over the last 3 years, Bangladesh has shouldered the greatest responsibility of all the responding countries. The needs of refugees have been addressed by a number of government and non-governmental responders, as well as by members of the host community situated adjacent to the camps, many of whom have had their own livelihood negatively affected as a result of the arrival of the Rohingya. Realistically, it is likely that Bangladesh will continue to bear the responsibility to ensure the well-being of Rohingya, which will remain onerous given our own developmental challenges and the current pandemic. Bangladesh rose to the occasion in 2017 in the spirit of compassion and respect for human dignity. Bangladesh will confidently continue to meet the humanitarian needs of the Rohingya. Ladies and gentlemen, Rohingya diaspora is real and plays a key role in various ways. The diaspora is providing critical support and sustenance to family, relatives, and friends in Myanmar and Bangladesh. The conference will hear from some of the prominent members of this diaspora. The voice of the diaspora will provide a vision and leadership for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we pulled together today because we have a common interest, a common goal: peaceful resolution of the Rohingya displacement. We seek to learn from each other, understand the complexities of the situation, and share what we have learned so far. The ideas and suggestions that will be put forward at this conference will demand a longer term and deeper engagement between academia, practitioners, the host community, the refugee community, as well as the diaspora. Therefore, by the end of these 2 intensive days, our task is to clearly set out resolve in the second Dhaka Declaration that will state our recommendations and will be shared internationally. Let me remind you of the first Dhaka Declaration as a result of a similar conference in 2018 sponsored by ActionAid, CGS, and CPJ. Similar to the 2018 declaration, we want the second declaration to be acted upon. This is no small feat, but I believe we can carry out this task together. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to a deeply engaging conference and wish to express once again my heartfelt thanks to all of you for making the time to join us during this time of global pandemic. On behalf of my co-conveners, let me seek your indulgence for any technical glitches and omissions during the proceedings. I believe you all will be generous in providing constructive scenarios to work together towards sustainable peace. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manzoor Hassanobi, for your important remarks. Now I would like to request Professor Imtiaz Ahmed sir for his remarks on the international conference. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Farhana. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I always say good earth because it's difficult to know where you are, but wherever you are, greetings to all of you. Uh, Let me begin by recognizing the presence of Honorable Chief Guest today, the Foreign Secretary of the Government of Bangladesh, Mr. Masood bin Momen, and the guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Cherno Marina, the Solicitor General and Legal Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, the Republic of Gambia. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen and friends out there, Barrister Manzoor has already given you some sense as to why we are here. I will be very precise and I will focus on the objectives, the three precise objectives that we have of this particular e-conference. The first one is to raise the issue of the plight of the Rohingyas in Myanmar. Now, the obvious question is, why do we have to raise this issue? Well, I'm sure there are scholars here who will point out very clearly that a hidden genocide was taking place in Myanmar for decades. Unfortunately, it went unnoticed. Only in 2017, this time, it became quite clear that this hidden genocide that was taking place for decades is no longer hidden, it is now open. Now, people will talk about the earlier exodus, and we had series of them in our living memory in the 70s and also in the 90s. On both occasions, there was repatriation, but then we did not have credible evidence of genocide and crimes against humanity. And this makes this time, the exodus, different from the earlier exoduses that took place. And this is quite clear because this time we have the issue, and we are thankful to Gambia for that they have taken the issue to the International Court of Justice. And of course, we also have the International Criminal Court, which is also working on the issue of whether Myanmar has committed genocide or not. Now, there has been some developments since August 2017, and let me flag those developments, particularly with reference to the Gambia versus Myanmar case at the ICJ, which I'm sure His Excellency Mr. Cherno Marina will also highlight. The thing that caught my attention at The Hague was the deliberation of Aung San Suu Kyi. Throughout her presentation at the ICJ, not for once she referred to the Rohingya people as Bengalis or illegal migrants. But then, as it was pointed out by the Gambian team member, Philip Sands, that she uttered the word Rohingya only once, and that again when spelling out the acronym ARSA. Otherwise, Aung San Suu Kyi referred to them as Arakanese Muslims. Now, I'm flagging this mainly because I still see today some of the friendly countries of Myanmar still referring to the Rohingyas as illegal migrants or former Bengalis. But I think that chapter is over, since Myanmar never for once pointed out that they were illegal or Bengalis, and made it very clear they're Arakanese Muslims. That makes it very clear that today or tomorrow, the displaced Rohingya population have to return to their homeland, and that is Arakan. Now, we all know that the court was not impressed with the contention of Aung San Suu Kyi and her team, and in less than 2 months of the hearing, on 23rd January 2020, the court granted the provisional measures requested by the Gambia. Two things from the provisional measures stand out clearly. First, the order of the court was unanimous. And I think this should be flagged because there were judges from different countries of the world, including Myanmar, not to mention from China, India, Russia. And so the unanimous verdict is critical. Number two, the court identified the group at the center of the case as Rohingya. And they made it very clear why they are calling them Rohingya. Now, if at the highest court of the world, if the Rohingya are being recognized, and the court to which Myanmar is a party, is a member, I see no reason why they should not use or recognize the population as Rohingya. Now, this was a major victory for the Rohingya people, indeed with implications far beyond the provisional measures. There is no denying the fact that the recognition of the Rohingya identity remains critical. If anything, it is the greatest stumbling block and conversely a way out in resolving the crisis. The disruptive policy of Myanmar, which has gradually disenfranchised and dehumanized the Rohingya people, comes from an unspoken racial feeling of the military and civilian elite of the country. This unfortunately found a legal expression in the 2008 National Constitution of Myanmar. As Thant Mint Yew, the grandson of U Thant, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, points out in a book published in 2020. And I want to cite because I think this is an important statement that Thant Mint Yew makes, given the fact that he's a Burmese and given the fact that he's aware of what is happening inside Myanmar. And let me quote Thant Mint Yew. The constitution included an arcane formula tied to race. Any Taingintha or multinational races whose population constitutes at least 0.1% of the national populace, around 50,000 people in 2010, was entitled to representation in local legislative assemblies and ministerial portfolios in local administrations. If a Tang Intha constituted more than half of two contiguous townships, it was entitled to an autonomous zone. So, in addition to ethnically based states for the Shan, Kachin, and 5 others, there would now be self-administered zones for the Nagas, Danus, and a few smaller ethnic groups. Thant Mint Yew then continues, saying, and I quote again, I've heard many Burmese warn that giving Muslims in northern Arakan Taing Intha status as Rohingya would lead automatically to their being entitled to a zone of their own. A part of Burma would fall under Sharia law. A university lecturer whispered. To consider the Muslims of northern Arakan as one of the national races fused anxieties around both race and religion. The ethnonym Rohingya was particularly toxic for this reason, as it means literally, quote, of Arakan, unquote, and therefore implied that those to whom it referred were indigenous. On the other hand, if they were called Bengalis, they could be seen as immigrants and not natives deserving special protection and special rights, unquote. Well, this is the stumbling block toward resolving the Rohingya crisis. And this is where the attention of the international community ought to be having the gaze on Myanmar. The international community ought to inform Myanmar in clear terms that if Myanmar is serious in resolving the crisis, then it ought to amend the constitution or introduce new rules and make the Rohingya one of the ethnic communities of Myanmar. And since Myanmar is on the record of identifying the Rohingya population as Arakanese Muslims, the latter ought to return to the Arakan and live a decent life with full dignity of a person and with citizenship. So this is the reason why we are raising this issue today. Number two, sharing the experience of the Rohingya diaspora scattered around the world. Now, there are people who probably have an idea that Rohingya is only a Bangladesh, Myanmar issue. Well, it is true that we have the largest number of Rohingya, 1.1 million people, a population which is incidentally bigger than the population of Bhutan, which is another South Asian country. But I think today it will become very clear, today and tomorrow, the deliberations from the Rohingya scholars and Rohingya themselves, that this is not true. They are scattered all around the world. So sharing the experience will make it clear that elements within the Myanmar military committed genocide and crimes against humanity for decades. The narratives of the Rohingya diaspora, including those who ventured on the boats, whether living or had a tragic end, ought to be collected and preserved. And this not for mitigating the suffering of the Rohingya people alone, but for all those people who have suffered a genocide and ended up in the diaspora involuntarily. Time has come to preserve the narratives, the experience of the Rohingya diaspora in a virtual Rohingya diaspora museum. A collective effort can materialize such an effort very easily. And I think the narratives that we will be listening to today and tomorrow will tell you how important the narratives are. And I'm saying from my experience, collecting narratives, particularly of those Rohingyas who are now living in Bangladesh. Finally, the final objective is connecting the Rohingya people both inside and outside Myanmar. Voice of the Rohingya people is fundamental toward resolving the crisis. I believe the next step ought to be a summit of the Rohingya people scattered all around the world, so that the leadership, old and new, can play collectively to mitigate the plight of the Rohingya and impress upon Myanmar to take urgent measures for their safe and dignified return to their homeland in the Arakan. The second Dhaka Declaration, which will be made public tomorrow in the closing session, is geared towards the end, is geared towards that end. Let me end by saying that when a genocide takes place, it is no longer a bilateral issue. It becomes, by definition, an international issue, an issue of all humans. Nobel laureate Desmond Tutu's words are worth remembering here. And let me quote Desmond Tutu. The compelling reason why we should learn about the Holocaust and the genocides committed against other peoples as well is so that we might be filled with the revulsion at what took place and thus be inspired, indeed galvanized, to commit ourselves to ensure that such atrocities should never happen again. Unquote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. My apologies. I leave your mouth. So this is the time for sale. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen,
Can you wait for the azan to be over, Farhana?
permit, sir. May I call upon the guest of honor of the International E-Conference, His Excellency Mr. Cherno Marina, Solicitor General and Legal Secretary, the Ministry of Justice, Government of the Republic of the Gambia, for his valuable remarks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I greet you all in the name of peace, and I greet you from the Republic of the Gambia, some 11,000 kilometers away from you out there in Bangladesh. And of course, I bring you greetings from the people and the President of the Republic of the Gambia. And of course, special greetings from the Honorable Attorney General of the Republic of the Gambia. I'm not sure whether all of you are aware, but the Attorney General, Mr. Abubakar Tambedu, who I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, unfortunately had to leave us for an appointment with the United Nations, sometime last month. And he has since been replaced by Honorable Dauda Jallo. But of course, that has not in any way impacted on the resolve of the Gambia government and the people of the Gambia in fighting for the just cause for the Rohingya. And of course, the new Minister of Justice extends his fraternal greetings and reassurances of his commitment, to this cause that has been begun by, Honorable Abubakar Tambedu. Of course, the Gambia is hugely honored. It's a huge honor and a privilege to be invited for this very, very important webinar on the theme connecting the Rohingya diaspora. We indeed are glad to be part of this forum. Of course, it gives credence, to the prophetic hadith, which says that innamal mu'minina ihwa. We are all brothers in the deen. Of course, the Gambia, when we decided to take this up as the Rohingya, crisis to the International Court of Justice, we are motivated by a few factors. Of course, when we hear, Burma in Gambia, it reminds us of, the history of liberation that our forefathers actually were engaged in Burma. For some of you who may not know, our forefathers, in the Gambia, were part of the Royal West African Frontier Force of the British Empire, which fought against the invading forces of Imperial Japan in Burma in the Second World War. And of course, the word Burma, or the country of Burma, always rekindles, those feelings of liberation that we were engaged in, in the Gambia, a long time ago. Of course, when we, heard about the suffering of the Rohingya in Myanmar or former Burma, of course, those feelings of liberation of our Muslim brothers and sisters were rekindled in us. And that was one of the reasons why, the former Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Tambedu, was very much keen, to relieve those very noble, objectives of fighting for the liberation of the Rohingya people in Myanmar. Of course, the Gambia has also, historically played a very important role in championing human rights on the African continent. For some of you who may not know, the Gambia is home to the African Commission on the Human and People's Rights. So the Gambia is the human rights capital of Africa. And for that reason, it behoves on us more than any other country that when it comes to protection of human rights matters, we take the lead, we are in the forefront, regardless of where it is happening, regardless of the people against whom it is happening. And of course, in that regard, we feel that we owe the duty to our brothers and sisters, in Myanmar, to really fight for justice for them. And of course, we have our own history in the Gambia as well. The fight against, injustice is one which we also had to experience here, having lived through a 22-year-old, dictatorship that we had to defeat with all the might and all the resources available to the Gambian people. Of course, the topic today is very apt, the topic of connecting the Rohingya diaspora. And having said the fact that the Gambia also had to go through a 22-year-old dictatorship, we could relate with what role the diaspora can play in the fight against injustice. The role of the diaspora in the Gambian fight against dictatorship is a legendary one, because it is only the diaspora who have the resources, who have the leeway to be able to mobilize and amplify the voice of the voiceless down there in the refugee camps. Of course, I remember very proudly when we filed the case at the International Court of Justice, the cries of justice that was coming on the streets of The Hague, opposite the International Court of Justice, by the Rohingya diaspora. It actually helped to reinforce the message. It actually helped to tell the world that indeed, that these are people who are not just outcast, as we are made to believe by, the Burmese authorities or the Myanmar authorities. But these are people who have relatives, who have a diaspora that is very, very active, who have taken a very interesting and very, very active role in the fight against the injustice that is happening to their brothers and sisters in Myanmar. And therefore, we feel that this topic is very, very important. Connecting the Rohingya diaspora to the Rohingya refugees that are out there in the trenches, in the refugee camps, in the Cox's Bazar, the importance of that cannot be overemphasized. Because we only know too well in the Gambia how it feels to be unable to tell your story, how it feels to be unable to share your pain. And we know exactly, that this is what is, the refugees out there, the Rohingya refugees are going through. Left to them alone, we would not be able to hear, the world will not be able to hear, the kind of suffering, the kind of dehumanizing, treatment that is being meted out to them day in, day out. And therefore, it is very important. It is vitally important that the Rohingya diaspora who are out there in the world, serve as the voice of these refugees out there, in the refugee camps, so that the cause that the Gambia has taken up will also be reinforced by this Rohingya diaspora. And therefore, to conclude these very brief remarks, I would want to reiterate our firm resolve to continue this fight for justice for the Rohingya. And of course, as you may all know, the Gambia is poised to submit its memorial, in respect of the case against Myanmar in October, 2020. We are working very, very hard with our international team of lawyers to finalize this memorial. And we hope and pray that the success we had, when we filed for provisional measures, earlier this year, will be replicated when all is said and done after the memorial has been filed. And so on that note, I would want to, seek the prayers and blessings of all Muslims around the world, especially in Bangladesh, especially in the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar and wherever the Rohingya may be at this time, for a very successful outcome of this case at the International Court of Justice, so that together, we can see an end to this suffering, so that we can have a very happy ending, and the refugees that are out there in Bangladesh can have a safe return with all the guarantees of human rights and peace and security that we all yearn for them. And on that note, I want to once again thank you very, very, very much. It's indeed a huge, huge privilege for us to be invited on this very important webinar. Like I said, we are more than 11,000 kilometers away from you. But of course, we are connected. by one, single faith, and we are connected by the ideals of justice and the ideals of human rights for all, regardless of race, regardless of color, and regardless of ethnic origin. And on that basis, I want to end here and congratulate you once again for convening this very, very important, webinar on connecting the Rohingya diaspora. Thank you very much.
His Excellency, thank you very much for your wonderful, wonderful remarks. Shukriya. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite the chief guest, His Excellency, Mr. Masood bin Momen, the Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh, for his kind remarks.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, friends from the media, distinguished members of the Rohingya diaspora from across the globe, and most importantly, the Rohingyas in the camps in Bangladesh. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. At the outset, let me express my deepest condolences to all the lives lost during the atrocities and genocidal acts which occurred in Rakhine and other parts of Myanmar 3 years ago. I also express my sincere sympathies to the bereaved families and those who were injured and the Rohingya ladies who were violated. August being our month of collective mourning, we pay homage to our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and members of his martyred family who were brutally killed also in this very month. It is a privilege to join all the distinguished guests from home and abroad at this conference. I am particularly thankful to Mr. General and Legal Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, Government of the Republic of the Gambia, for his gracious presence as a guest of honor at the inaugural session. Center for Genocide Studies, Dhaka University, Action Aid, and other partners, including the Center for Peace and Justice, deserve special commendation for organizing this event on this very day, marking the 3 years of Rohingya exodus, at least the latest round. As you all know, the Rohingya is the most persecuted ethnic community of the world. Since the independence of Myanmar in 1948, they have been facing systematic marginalization and continued inhuman treatment by the authorities and extremist elements in Myanmar. Absolute denial of the fundamental rights and frequent indiscriminate persecutions on various pretexts forced the Rohingya to leave their ancestral land in Myanmar and seek temporary refuge in other countries. At present, around 2.65 million of Rohingya are in temporary shelter in 17 countries, with about half of them in Bangladesh. The clearance operation by Myanmar military in 2017 resulted in an unprecedented scale of influx of about 740,000 Rohingya to Bangladesh within a few weeks. Only about 500,000 are still in Myanmar at internment camps or in similar conditions. If in near future the security situation and overall conditions in Rakhine do not improve significantly, what would happen to these remaining Rohingya is anybody's guess. It must be noted that the problem is not the outcome of any conflict between Bangladesh and Myanmar, and hence not a pure bilateral matter. Rohingyas have been forcibly displaced and took shelter within our border. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina clearly stated time and again that solutions to this problem must be found in Myanmar. In spite of numerous challenges and constraints, the Honorable Prime Minister decided to shelter this huge influx of persecuted Rohingya on humanitarian consideration and thus saved thousands of innocent lives. The people and government of Bangladesh successfully handled the initial phase of the crisis and stabilized the situation. We also appreciate and recognize the contributions of our international partners who stepped in timely. Even in the face of COVID-19 pandemic, with the help of all of them, we have successfully managed it. And there has been no casualty in the last 1.5 months among the Rohingyas in the refugee camps. As you would acknowledge, Bangladesh is not in a position to bear this enormous challenge for an indefinite period. Prolonged presence of a huge number of people entails tremendous strain on the demography, economy, environment, security, public service infrastructure, and socio-political stability in the southeastern part of Bangladesh. In the spirit of burden sharing, international community's continued role would be hugely helpful. Rohingya are here only on temporary shelter, and all of them are eager to go back to their homeland in safety, security, and dignity as soon as the government of Myanmar creates the right condition for return. The government of Bangladesh has been making persistent efforts for a durable solution to this protracted problem, but regrettably, the prospect of commencement of the physical repatriation still remains highly uncertain due to lack of political will and decisive action on the part of Myanmar government to create a conducive environment in Rakhine and to eliminate the culture of impunity in Myanmar. The recent clearance operations against the Arakan army in Rakhine and also the elections in November will make things even more complicated. The International Court of Justice has given an unanimous and unambiguous verdict against Myanmar by granting provisional measures sought by the Gambia. But one must recognize that provisional measures cannot be the panacea. Despite having very important legal, political, and symbolic importance, provisional measures will not solve all the problems of the Rohingyas. Even though legally binding, enforcement of provisional measures will prove difficult given Myanmar's inherent opposition. Provisional measures granted seem unlikely to provide instant benefits to Rohingyas sheltered in Bangladesh or directly help Bangladesh's effort to repatriate them. These measures may not directly oblige Myanmar to address the demands raised by the Rohingyas for repatriation, like security, citizenship, and compensation beyond accountability. These measures may not easily impact on the question of citizenship, NVC, security guarantee, return to the original villages, etc., and such may not help convince the Rohingyas in the short term to return voluntarily. The verdict and the renewed media coverage have bared naked hollowness of Myanmar's moral and ethical standpoints. Mounting pressure has compelled Myanmar to accept some culpability on excessive forces, war crimes, etc. The retribution sought at the international courts is already compelling Myanmar to pursue some domestic actions through new court martials. Even the ICOE, despite many flaws, has suggested further criminal investigation. Myanmar's president's office has accepted that war crimes were committed by members of security forces and by civilians. Myanmar, through this very late confession, after repeated efforts to deny such crimes, has greatly lost the ethical and moral debate. This confession should help the case in the International Criminal Court immensely. These developments attest to the argument that retributive justice sought on accountability of perpetrators for atrocity crimes committed on Rohingyas is yielding results and can be channeled to influence the friends of Myanmar and pursue multilateral courts with greater determination. This new leverage must be availed by international actors and partners too. Perhaps it is time that our forcibly displaced Rohingya brothers and sisters seriously and collectively reflect on A. Challenges which ahead in the ongoing legal process and its possible extended duration for reprieve and relief. Inordinate delay in the return to the ancestors' land may gradually make the process of return and reintegration more complicated. B. Demands should be reasonable, and there should be flexibility towards quicker solution to the repatriation process. C. The primacy of safe, sustainable, and voluntary return must be placed before attempts of local integration and other possible arrangements, including third country resettlements. D. Activities that are harmful for the Rohingyas as well as for the local host communities must be avoided. E. Temporary relocation to Bashan Chor for decongestion and de-risking purposes. And the international community should A. Ask Myanmar to protect Rohingya land and their properties and halt altering landscapes in Rakhine, as well as not to erase evidences of crimes. B. Demand time-bound dismantling of IDP camps and creating livelihood options for the returnees, ensuring freedom of movement and access to basic services. C. Ask Myanmar to create a time-bound and consultative pathway to citizenship for the Rohingyas. D. Support Rohingya repatriation and resettlement as agreed at paragraph 14 of the arrangement for return. And E. Persuade Myanmar to accept international civilian monitoring of areas where the Rohingyas will return to guarantee their safety and security. Before I conclude, a few words of caution. Lack of progress in repatriation leading to growing frustrations among the displaced Rohingya and the host community. Recent episodes of perilous journeys in the sea is a clear manifestation of the growing frustration and despair among the displaced Rohingyas. If the problem persists further, it may entail a humanitarian catastrophe of an unmanageable scale. A persecuted and desperate community with their aspirations and grievances unattended is always prone to radicalization, large-scale human trafficking, and all sorts of exploitation. Yesterday, in an event on approaches to Rohingya crisis organized by one of our leading private universities, I talked about multi-layered approaches. Bilateral, that is between Bangladesh and Myanmar; regional, that is involving neighbors of Myanmar and ASEAN; multilateral, under the auspices of UN and its various bodies and mechanisms; and international, which includes our collective conscience bearers, including the accountability and justice mechanisms. Under the auspices of international approach, I mentioned the role of civil society and diaspora, among others. I truly believe the Rohingya diaspora can play a catalytic role in shaping opinions and policies in many of the countries where they are hosted, which will have lasting impact towards a sustainable solution of the crisis. I thank you all for your kind attention.
His Excellency, sir, thank you very much for your brilliant and comprehensive remarks. For now, the vote of thank, I would request Ms. Farah Kabir, Country Director, ActionAid Bangladesh, to take the platform.
Thank you, Farhana. I'm not sure about my connectivity, so I might have to put the video off. First of all, a very big thank you to all those who are with us even now and listening to this deliberations and the conference. We felt very strongly the need to have this conference today and tomorrow, because we do not want the plight of the Rohingya refugees falling from the international and global agenda. Because as we all know, there is always a crisis, a new crisis, and then we move on. And the disadvantaged, displaced, and the persecuted are often forgotten. So as a part of this initiative, the three organizations since 2018 have tried to keep the agenda going. And we are very fortunate that we have friends across the globe who have also been part of the journey. And we would like to thank our chief guest, the Foreign Secretary of the Government of Bangladesh, Mr. Momen, and the guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Charno Marina, who have shared with us quite the contributions both made by the government and the Attorney General and the people of the Republic of the Gambia, and how Bangladesh and Bangladeshis have been in supporters and in solidarity with the Rohingyas. We know that actually it was the people of Bangladesh who were the first responders in 2017 when the Rohingyas were fleeing from persecution. Now, there is initiatives from the academics, there's initiatives from the human rights groups, and those initiatives need to continue, and we need to keep harping on the crisis and the plight of those in the camps. But in the last few years, it's also become clear, and we've also heard from Mr. Shano Marina how when Gambia was under autocratic rule for 22 years, the diaspora had played an important role. And we strongly believe that the diaspora, Rohingya diaspora, can also contribute. And we've just heard the Foreign Secretary mentioning that the Rohingya diaspora needs to take this up and be the voice, because those in the camps cannot necessarily reach to the global leadership and be the voice. So I think today we've just begun. This is the inaugural session, and we would like to see that by sharing the examples and trying to find ways of how we get the diaspora involved, we will reach our aspired goals. And of course, we know about technology and how that can play an important role. And we also know how young people are mobilized and are most effective in being the voices. So with those few words, I would like to thank the chief guest, the Foreign Secretary of the Government of Bangladesh, our chief guest, and Mr. Chirina I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly. That's Mr. Morena from the Gambia. And we will have discussants and speakers in the next 2 days in the different panels. I would like to also thank all those who have joined us, the members of the media, and all the people who are working behind the conference. And so far, technology has supported us. So thank you for being there, and to the media and members of the media, thank you. And we shall now move on to the panel discussions. I hope we have a very interactive and effective conference for the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farah ma'am, for your remarks and the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our first panel of the e-conference, which is Rohingya Diaspora in Canada, Saudi Arabia, and Japan. The discussant for the panel is Mr. Azim Ibrahim, Director, Center for Global Policy in Washington, D.C., USA. Moderator, Professor Imtiaz Ahmed from Department of International Relations and Director, Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. Very shortly, we'll start the panel. Just waiting for the setups, and then we'll start the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we can start, Farana. Can we start?
Sir, we may start now.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good earth to all of you once again, wherever you are. Let's go straight to the first panel. We want to get as much discussion after we hear three speakers, and of course, we also have a very eminent discussant in panel one. So let me now welcome Miss Yasmin Ullah. She's a Rohingya activist based in Canada, and her presentation, I understand, is on the Rohingya diaspora and the state of uncertainty. Yasmin, it's all yours for 15 minutes.
7 o'clock. Thank you very much, Professor Imtiaz, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to be part of this discussion and part of this conversation today. I'm really, really happy to be able to share some of this observation with you, and I'm very much looking forward to having a further discussion on this. So the first part of this is there is a need to understand that Rohingya diaspora within North America are fairly new. It's a new settlement of refugee population in various parts. In Canada, approximately, we have about 1,500 people or less, most populated in the east coast of Canada, which is a lot colder and a lot more populated in terms of the amount of people that live there. One is in Kitchener, the other one is in the biggest town would be in Kitchener, and the other one is in Quebec City. Many that resettled in the region have previously been afflicted with various human rights abuses in the country of origin in Myanmar, as well as throughout their experiences in exile prior to resettlement, resulting in mostly unresolved transgenerational trauma, and I'll tell you why. But before I go into the talk about trauma, I want to recall one particular project that I was working on with the community, and this was for the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, which was later integrated into an exhibition called Time to Act Rohingya Voices. And during many of those interviews that I was doing, including some of the oral history that I sat through, it was inherently obvious that many of us have not processed the idea of trauma and how it manifests itself in our daily lives. Participants all recalled their most abrupt, violent memory of leaving their country, as well as the most difficult situations that they faced beyond the questions that were asked. There was some leading question about, what had happened, but beyond that, they were still quite fixated in telling us what had happened to them. And I remember one particular participant even showed us the photos of her sister's medical condition in hopes that something would change for the better. Although pictures were quite gruesome, I think that she felt the burden of needing to fix the living situation or the sort of struggles that her family members are living through. Almost all of the interviews ended with participants crying while reliving their traumatic experiences. And the oral history has become part of the National Archive today. In Canada, as we become officially recognized as a fabric of the society. Since mental health issues are just now starting to be picked up and become a topic that is explored further around the world, it is so important to know that the continuation of fear, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and many other forms of transgenerational trauma can be traced back to the makeup of the unspoken collective identity. That is the lack of understanding of why such experience become part of our continuous struggle. This is much more prominent in younger Rohingya, and it is in part due to the experiences never being processed. Mental health issues are often tied to the idea that is very, very much rooted in a lack of understanding of Islam, and one would often be told when something like this is brought up that it's just the lack of iman or the lack of faith, and thus those resolution are not sought within the professional help or that the help itself is not accessible. I found that there is a paper that helps explain the phenomenon quite well by Meadow Jones at University of Michigan on archiving trauma diaspora, effective artifacts in higher education art classroom. And she said, trauma is elusive and broad-ranging. It is disruptive of subjectivity, identity, and cultural stability in the immediate sense and over time, making the topic difficult to study critically. Trauma constitutes both the traumatic event itself and subsequent consequences of that event. These events cause metaphoric tear in the psyche of individual, leaving the psychosocial wound that can be repeated, that can repeatedly return. For those with complex trauma backgrounds who have suffered multiplicity in adverse childhood experiences, the trauma leaves marks that are not merely metaphorical, but led to actual changes in the shape of the brain and in mental and emotional functioning. Hence, the trauma narrative is one that has no apparent beginning or end. It is not the traumatic experience, but rather a traumatized existence. And this is very much exactly what Rohingya living experience is, regardless of whether we are at the crux of being terrorized by the Myanmar military in the camps, fleeing to other countries in the region, or after the resettlement in the new country itself. This Rohingya-specific traumatized existence seep into our collective conscience of who we are and the existence of and the existence or the studies of traditions, and the existence that led us to believe in the narratives that none of the traditions that were practiced prior to the mass violence seems to have been remembered, or that they've faded from the memories of the current narratives that we're living through. For example, the element of the matriarchal society that existed previously perhaps would alarm some people if it's brought up today, but very few within the community knows that this is shared across the ethnic communities. And in Myanmar, while literally wise grandmothers or elderly women either serve as mediator or unofficial community counselor, guru, advisor, and mentor to help resolve issues that arose within the community. And that's very, very much a common practice within the Rohingya community as well. Before the mass violence actually hit the community and the strategic erasure of our existence began. Consequently, many young Rohingya in the second and third generation of the community find themselves in the state of uncertainty of their cultural identity, besides other conventional dilemmas of displacement shared amongst refugees and immigrants in the new country. Having to learn new languages, for example, poses stress of having to negotiate between two worlds. One is the identity as a Rohingya and the preservation of it. Another is the need to conform to a larger societal norm that speaks English or French. And to be successful at mastering any of these languages, it requires one to immerse himself into the larger cultural practice. Often this disconnect manifests in the disinterest in learning one's cultural practice, or the savoring of the ties between young Rohingya themselves with families in Myanmar or elsewhere in the world. The disconnect further broadens the existence of generational gap and further the marginalization of the specific groups of Rohingya in pursuit of political recognition. This is seen a few significant times when the discourse of who or what an authentic Rohingya looks like, which is often manufactured based off of the desire to relive the glorified cultural norm back in Myanmar, without taking into consideration that culture and identity or collective conscience actually evolve over time, depending on the region, depending on many different factors. There was a couple of discussions a couple of years ago when a few Rohingya women activists, who is not myself, were being targeted for not residing in Myanmar or Bangladesh, and being called fraud, being called not real Rohingya. Although this is more likely, that these questions of who are deserving of being a true Rohingya than others may be rooted in patriarchal views or practice of women, and the uncertainty that emerged from the constant attempts to constant attempts to of erasure by Myanmar military and Myanmar authorities in general. The idea itself is still not widely discussed in a more effective manner with serious intent to have a healthy discourse. Often it is done to disenfranchise different members of the diaspora for diluting themselves, for quote unquote diluting themselves or their culture to fit the accepted cultural norm and standards within the new society. And these are all of the question of the legitimacy within the communal identity that is very much parallel to the question of the identity within Myanmar about who is the most Bama, or in simpler terms, who is deserving to be treated well as human beings, as citizens of Myanmar. In a larger context, though, that can be seen in the decisions to mobilize and the monolithic portrayal of one's identity as Rohingya. What mobilization in the Rohingya diaspora in Canada looks like, it often involves taking on the public witness role in Canada. And this is true within both the political efforts in pushing for certain policy or aid for Rohingya, as well as raising awareness and talking to the general public. I want to bring up the example of Rwanda. In the aftermath of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, many Rwandans left the country and settled in Europe and North America. Despite numerous obstacles, there is a steady growing body of testimonial narratives written by a Rwandan in the diaspora, most of which are women. This article specifically that I am quoting had explored different ways that Rwandan women seek to negotiate their space within which to tell their stories in their host communities, and the process of the cultural translation that this inevitably entails. And that's very much parallel to what we've been doing, is we have to sort of culturally translate what the identity or the experiences, the trauma, the violence that we have experienced causes us anxiety, depression, whatever it is. We often have to translate those sort of living experience to the larger society. In this case, in Canada, we often have to go and make testimonies. We often have to try and engage with different museums. For example, with the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, we've had to collect testimonies and figure out how best we could portray the stories and be as accurate as possible. So this is just one of them. And many a times people within the diaspora often have to play this role as a public witness, and then culturally translate the ideas, the narratives, the experience as within our own professional lives as well. A lot of us became educator, a lot of us became hold different jobs, and often we would have to participate in the public events, conference, and really relive the memory of the genocide for the audience to experience, to understand, and it often becomes our burden to be able to share those stories. Not that it is a negative not that it is a negative approach per se, but it is also involved, what I've previously mentioned is the reliving of that trauma. A lot of activists, who are raising awareness about different things within the digital age, we're able to let the world know about the torturing, the suffering, the denial of citizenships, and many different things that are going on within Myanmar and elsewhere online. We have been able to, at least, if we're not able to agree on one collective identity or one collective practice of what actually Rohingya culture would look like, at least we're able to agree on the term, the genocide. And it's not just legal experts telling us what these are, or telling us what had happened. Many Rohingya activists have actually been able to identify that we are going through a process of genocide much longer than before the world actually picked this story up. And Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, for example, have become sort of largely the way that we convey the messages, and it has become quite popular. Moving on from all of this struggles and the uncertainty, there has been some progress. There has been a lot of ways that we negotiate our existence in both worlds, like I said. For example, I want to drop a name, Rohingya Association of Canada, who have been really the core organization that support people in Kitchener, and mostly the newly resettled Rohingya. And they've been able to sort of push back the idea that women have to be at home, cook and clean and raising kids, which is nothing wrong. It's if it's the women's choice, it's nothing to be concerned of. But when it's a cultural practice that is often seeing women as to fit these gender role, and if she does not fit this specific gender role, then she does not have any worth. Those are the toxicity that I'm talking about. And often one particular person from the RAC had told me, her name is Zainab Arkani, and she told me that what she started within the community. One thing to keep in mind is that a lot of the refugees obviously have not had a lot of formal education, have not had access to have not had access to even informal education of any kind. And these women would come into this country and resettle, and often find a lot more challenges that they have to face. And these women that she had gathered basically were told that they would be given pens so that they could start to write about their experience. They could start to write about whatever they want to pursue. And often it would lead to them be able to obtain the license, driver's license, so that they can have more mobility and freedom in that, and that they could actually rely on themselves a little bit more. And then, teaching them the values that are more accepted in the larger society. And, although Rohingya community is quite largely a family-oriented community, but understanding how our family-oriented value could fit into a larger society within Canada and not be something that's frowned upon is important. So they have those kind of trainings as well. And then making sure that...
2 more
Sorry?
minutes. 2 more
Okay,
minutes.
thank you. So I'm about to wrap up. Making sure that there's the new culture, the new identity, merges both of the identities, which is, one is a refugee, Rohingya refugee, and the other is making sure that the cultural practices are preserved as well from back home. This was very, very much something that the RSC worked on, and it became the first recognized and certified Rohingya language school. And I don't think that to this day there was another one. And they have been able to teach children to read and write in Rohingya, which was a really, really important part of how they grow up. And these children actually went on to perform at the launch of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights Rohingya exhibition. And so all in all, I just wanted to conclude with this. We are going to struggle, and as a community, as we've seen before in the Rwandan genocide, the diaspora are the leaders within the realm of negotiating their presence online, and not presence online, but their presence within the public in ensuring that the plight is not forgotten. Now it's unfortunately, it's our turn to do the same thing. And I have full trust that the newer generation, once this confusion and uncertainty sort of subside and they understand better of the collective conscience of who we are, and they understand better that they are the ones going to be able to they are the ones that have full rights and have full ability to control or to push a different narratives, to push a new norm, then we would be able to actually have a healthier discourse of who Rohingya are, of why we're here, of our internal and external struggles, and have a better and effective leadership within our community. So I urge you all to understand and please give us a little bit of leniency while we figure out this within our own community, because I think that every single community sort of have to do this negotiation within their own community often when it has to do with a traumatic experience or the traumatized existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yasminullah. Well, there will be questions, I believe, or comments. I would appreciate if you can put that in chat box or Q&A, and we can come back, Yasmin, at the end. Let me now welcome Dr. Murad Al-Sahafi. He's assistant professor from Modern Languages and Literature, King Abdul Aziz University, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Al-Sahafi, it's all yours for 15 minutes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, and greeting to you all from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And I would like to thank you, Professor Imtiaz, and the conference organizing committee and all participants for the opportunities to take part in this very timely conference. The aim of my talk today is to bring attention to the Rohingya refugees in Saudi Arabia and offers insight into their history and current situation, as well as the socio-linguistic dynamics amongst generations of Rohingya refugees living in Saudi Arabia. Let me just share my PowerPoint presentation with you, please. Let's start by having a look at this sign of one of the Burmese community established organizations in Jeddah. And this organization look after the community's interest and their overall well-being. The sign reads as follows: Council of the Rohingya Arakanese Burmese Community in Saudi Arabia. Community Sub-Council in Community Council for Reconciliation. The sign uses 3 terms to signal the identity of members of the community. The first is Rohingya, which indicates their ethnic identity. The second is Arakanese, which signals, I think, the regional identity in the homeland. And the third term is Burmese, which indicates their national identity as it's used before 1989. The terms Rohingya and Arakanese are very widely used by the community, possibly as a way of emphasizing their identity to cope with the dilemma of statelessness. As you can see, the sign is monolingual, written in Arabic, and this is part of the linguistic landscape in Burmese neighborhoods here. This might be due to the fact that Rohingya language is mainly a spoken language. Despite some efforts, of course, to create a writing system for the language, I think the latest of which is that of Maulana Muhammad Hanif back in the 1980s. Despite these efforts, there is a lack of literacy in the Rohingya language, as demonstrated by one of my recent social linguistic studies on the community. Rohingya, as you all know, Rohingyas live in the Rakhine state of Myanmar, known as Arakan before 1989, situated in the western coast of Myanmar, and they have been forced to leave their country of origin due to a long history of ethnic and religious persecution. For example, a recent wave of about 400,000 of Rohingyas fled back to Bangladesh in 2017 due to what has been described as a textbook of ethnic cleansing, a textbook example of ethnic cleansing by United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Various Rohingya-speaking Muslim communities have established themselves outside of Myanmar. In this connection, Saudi Arabia has a long history of hosting Muslim Rohingya refugees. Saudi Arabia is a multiculturally diverse country with immigrants, foreign workers, refugees, and visitors from all over the world. The country is also visited by millions of Muslims every year to perform Umrah and Hajj. The table below the map shows the population counts of Saudi Arabia by nationality, so Saudi versus national versus non-Saudi nationals from the 2018 census. The census counted a total of 33.4 million individuals living in Saudi Arabia. As can be seen in the table, 20.8 million are Saudi nationals, 12.6 million are foreigners. Mecca region is one of Saudi Arabia's 13 regions. This region is the most populous one with 8.8 million people. The holy city of Mecca, where most Rohingya refugees reside, about 77% of them reside in Mecca, is the capital of Mecca region. And the city of Mecca has a population of 1.6 million, 45% of which are foreigners, making the city of Mecca one of the most multilingual and multicultural cities in the kingdom. In Saudi Arabia, the Rohingya community represents one of the largest visible ethnic minorities. I think the Rohingyas and the Africans also. No official census status or data existed for the Rohingya refugees in Saudi Arabia. However, according to the leader of the Burmese community, there are likely about 400,000 Muslim Rohingyas in Saudi Arabia, around 250,000 of which are documented, meaning that they have appropriate residence permits, as will be discussed later. According to the leader of the community, Rohingyas have been forced to leave, to flee their country due to the, I quote now, injustice and torture against Muslims at the hand of their former governments and various Buddhist extremist groups. The leader of the Burmese community pointed out that the Rohingyas' migration to Saudi Arabia occurred in 4 phases or 4 waves between 1948 and 1971. The first wave came between 1948 and 1950 and were granted residency permits by the Saudi governments. As noted by the leader of the Burmese community, who was among the first wave of Burmese refugees when he arrived with his family at the age of 6. I quote, "I have been in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia since the reign of King Abdulaziz from the beginning of the year 1948. A number of Burmese refugees, you can count them on your hands, came and received Saudi citizenship. The second wave, between 1951 and 1960, entered the country mainly through Yemen in the south and Jordan in the north of Saudi Arabia. They fled Burma and walked through many countries for months to reach Saudi Arabia. The third wave occurred between 1963 and 1966, where the majority entered the country on Pakistani and Bangladeshi travel documents. And the fourth wave, known as the mass migration, came between 1967 and 1971, resulted from increasing violent crackdowns on Rohingya Muslims minority in Arakan state. Now in this table, you can see the documented Rohingya population by city of residence in Saudi Arabia. As can be seen, the city of Mecca has long been overwhelmingly favored for Rohingya refugees resettlement, drawing approximately 77% of the Rohingya population in Saudi Arabia, thus about 192,000. There are Rohingya communities in other cities, mainly in the western region of the country, known as the Hijaz region, including Jeddah, there are about 44,000, and Al-Madinah, the second holiest city in Islam, about 9,600. There are other smaller Rohingya communities are found in other cities in the central and eastern region. The Rohingya refugees are concentrated in specific districts forming what has become known locally as Barmawi neighborhoods. Now, Barmawi is the Arabic term for Burmese. For example, in Mecca, Rohingyas live mostly in densely populated areas located in close proximity to the Grand Mosque. Although the Rohingya communities have mainly lived in unplanned and low-income neighborhoods, they have generally been successful in forming well-organized, connected ethnic communities. The leader of the community stated that, I quote, "We worked on establishing councils in every city where community members reside to solve any issue they may face." The office of the representative of the Burmese community in Saudi Arabia is located in Mecca. It looks after Burmese refugees' interests and also cooperates with various government departments. Burmese neighborhoods are served by the locally established councils, which look after resident permits. The findings of my recent study on the sociolinguistics of the community show that Rohingya and Saudi Arabia have successfully created their own co-ethnic and co-linguistic networks, daily activities, and patterns of living in the neighborhoods where they reside. Their daily practices seem bound by social networks of the heritage language that allow for more in-group interaction patterns. My study also found that spoken Rohingya language is preserved among 3 generations of Rohingyas in Saudi Arabia. Generally, the socioeconomic status of the Rohingya is below average. Jobs that require manpower, positions in mosques, those of imams, muaddins, and Quran teachers, or in the fields of handicrafts, carpentry, blacksmithing, street vending, and upholstery represent the chief sources of livelihood. Holders of Saudi citizenship often work in the government private sector. This is a picture showing one of the Burmese neighborhoods in Mecca. Some of these neighborhoods are unplanned areas which lack infrastructure and services. That's why the government decided to develop these areas and correct the status of their residents, as will be discussed later. And this is a picture from a Burmese neighborhood in Jeddah. The shop sign on your left-hand side, the blue one, reads as follows, Arakan Tailor. Okay, so the word Arakan, the name of the original region or state in Myanmar, is very popular one among community members. In 2013, the Saudi government established the Standing Committee for Residency Status Correction of the Burmese community, or as they are called here, the fleeing with their religion Burmese, as many don't have appropriate residence and work permits. About 250,000 Burmese individuals from 9 Saudi regions submitted their papers to this committee. The correction process covered many areas, including residency, health, and educational status. The committee's final report submitted to the governor of Mecca in 2017 indicated that, number one, fee-free residency permits were granted to about 250,000 Burmese refugees. In addition, the status of 121 charitable community schools was corrected, and a total of 62,650 Burmese students merged into Saudi public schools at the primary, intermediate, and secondary levels. Furthermore, about 1,300 university scholarships for outstanding students were granted to Burmese students. The report of the committee also listed a variety of free health services provided to members of the Burmese community during the correction process. This is a picture of some members of the Barmawi community during the correction process. In this photo, you can see members of the Burmese community during a Ramadan group breakfast organized by the community. This is one of the activities that organized by Burmese neighborhoods. And here you can see a Burmese Quran teacher with his Burmese students participating in a Quran memorization circle, which is very popular among the community. Sport, Burmese football community football team, which participates in the community's football tournament organized in Mecca and Jeddah. Let's finally give voice to one of my study participants. And this is a quotation from one of my Rohingya research participants in Jeddah. And he said that we are Burmese Rohingya. Here people call us Burmese. We are originally Rohingya from Arakan, Burma. Now I only use the term Myanmar in my ID card. Among ourselves, we say we are Burmese Rohingyas. Our native language is Rohingya. Our homeland is Arakan. Our Burmese neighborhoods in Mecca has helped us to use our language, not only at home, but also with our fellow Rohingya neighbors, with whom we share the same culture. The Rohingya language is something that brings us together. We even have our own Burmese community football team, which participates in the community's football tournaments. For those who live in other cities, you find their language is weaker than those who live here in the Burmese neighborhood. Thank you very much. This is just in support for the development of Rohingya written language. And this is a quote from Maulana Muhammad Hanif regarding the importance of enhancing and developing. I think there's some kind of corpus planning is urgently needed to develop the Rohingya written language. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Sahafi. I guess we'll come back to you during the Q&A. Our final presenter in this panel is Professor Mishimi Muranushi, and he's from Department of Law, Gakushin University, Tokyo, Japan. Professor Muranushi, it's all yours for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure and honor to be able to speak here. The exceptionality of the powerless and the banality of power, Japan's Rohingya community and the Japanese state. One of the less known aspects of the Rohingya genocide is that Myanmar is protected warmly by the government of Japan, whose major actor is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, working closely with the business community. There is not much discussion about Japan's position on the Rohingya in the Congress. The media criticism of Japan's policy to Myanmar is almost non-existent or weak, and the statesmen do not know much about the Rohingya problem. And the Japanese people are concerned with the reported miseries of the Rohingya, but they are not informed that their government is playing such an influential role to faithfully support the increasingly isolated perpetrators of genocide in Myanmar. During the past few years, I have been a little involved in the activities of the Burmese Rohingya Association of Japan, and occasionally with my Rohingya friends and NGOs to visit the Foreign Ministry of Japan to discuss the situation in Myanmar. Japan as a government refuses to use the name Rohingya. Japan promised a lot of aid to Myanmar. Japan for a long time refused and even now refuses to recognize human rights violation of Myanmar except as an allegation. It only recognizes it as an allegation. Japan has never expressed condolence for the Rohingya even after 2017. Japan has kept abstaining from UN resolutions criticizing Myanmar's Rohingya policy. Japan is still repeatedly criticizing for the past deeds during World War II, but almost never criticized for its current support for foreign states abusing human rights. Japan as a bureaucracy, whether to use the term Rohingya, whether to recognize the occurrence of human rights violation in Myanmar, whether to support the so-called Independent Commission of Inquiry, whether to regard the situation in Myanmar as genocide. Japan is obedient to the statesman, the bureaucracy is obedient to the statesman, but as long as the statesmen are not so much concerned with the Rohingya, the bureaucratic is autocratic. Bureaucrats retire repeatedly, relatively early, and get unemployed, get re-employed in big business. And many of the big business are multinational and are willing to do business in Myanmar. It is hard to expect that foreign policy bureaucracy later to be hired by big business to stand up as vanguard for the human rights. When Japanese ambassador in Yangon said after the start of the ICJ trial that there was no genocide of the Rohingya community in Japan was predictably infuriated. They protested before the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with slogans, "Stand up with the oppressed, call us Rohingya, stop calling us Bengali, stop supporting genocide, a genocidal military and government of Myanmar. Take strong action on Myanmar for committing genocide on Rohingya." This was mid-January this year. One day before the protest, they held a press conference. The first speaker was Mr. Zomintu, representing the Burmese Rohingya Association of Japan. He presented what a farce it is to be played by the cooperation of Japan and Myanmar, creating a false impression Japan is continuing strenuous efforts to better the human rights situation in Myanmar. For his speech available now in YouTube, please check Foreign Correspondents Club of Japan, Zomintu, and my name. After him, I mentioned the likely relations between the start of the 2017 clearance operation and Min Online's visit to Japan in early August, the vivid reality of killing and Japan's narrative of describing the human rights abuse in Rakhine as the allegation of human rights abuse. This sugarcoating reveals Japan's approach to keep pumping aid and letting Japanese industries enter Myanmar. In my interpretation, Commander-in-Chief came to Japan to meet Prime Minister Abe in early August. After he went home, he ordered the Light Infantry Division to be sent to Rakhine, which started the clearance campaign on August 25th. Apparently, the Commander-in-Chief knew about what was to be done a few weeks later when he was meeting Abe. In the midst of the campaign, the Commander-in-Chief announced in his Facebook in Burmese that the military was conducting the unfinished job. Probably the Japanese embassy in Yangon knew about this. After 2017 August, Japan expressed condolence to the Burmese soldiers reportedly killed, but not to the Rohingyas. After 2017, for Japan, the human rights violation is eternally allegation. After August 2017, Japan policy to Myanmar is to think together with Myanmar and support its nation building. This is so even after the massacre in Turaturi. There is a huge difference between Canada, which tries to put an end to the policy of genocide, and Japan, which keeps covering the situation as allegation. There is an interesting twist in the use of the term Rohingya or Bengali by Japan. The foreign minister Kono said in his blog that Japan uses neither Rohingya nor Bengali for the sake of neutrality. But this is contradicted by the fact that the Foreign Ministry of Japan signed an exchange of notes with Myanmar in 2013, mentioning the conflict between Rakhine and Bengali residents. The Ministry of Defense of Japan uses the term Rohingya. The Japanese ambassador in Yangon used the word Bengali at least several times before the Burmese and the foreign press. After the above-mentioned foreign ministry statement, before the Japanese eyes, he says Rohingya. So Japan's double talk is a bit difficult to be noticed. And there are two pillars which Japan often uses to explain its policy domestically. Aung San Suu Kyi is still a unchanging human rights heroine fighting against the military. If Japan pushes Myanmar too much, the present regime will go back to the ancient regime. As the above shows, the difference between the two comes from a fundamental point. How can a foreign country confirm facts about Myanmar when Myanmar denies them? In a sense, denial means truthfulness. For example, when Myanmar refuses Special Rapporteur UN foreign fact-finding mission, the world naturally thinks that the truth must be inconvenient for Myanmar. But this does not seem to be the Japanese way. Two possibilities of interpretation. One is if we rephrase Foreign Minister Kono once said, Japan is trying to protect and nurture the fragile blossom of Burmese democracy. Because Myanmar is such a nascent democracy, the world needs to be soft to it. If you punish it, Aung San Suu Kyi will be weakened, there may be military coup, and the world will lose the progress of Myanmar in the past. But we can doubt this because Japan never in any way proposed any roadmap to Myanmar's transformation. Canada at least said that Myanmar should respect diversity, but Japan did not even say that. Japan never tries to persuade other countries to be less critical about the human rights situation there. Actually, Japan is doing something counterproductive. The fact that Japan tries to appease guilty Myanmar means that Japan will tolerate future misdeeds, which will make coup more likely. Or Japan is slow because it is good for economic interests. Our conversation with the people in Ministry of Foreign Affairs has shown a lot of excuses, such as 1. The Burmese attack in August 2017 is a counterattack against ALSA because the ALSA recognizes its initial attack. 2. Japan is always expressing its concern and demanding Myanmar to investigate and take appropriate measures. 3. The Independent Commission of Inquiry is a totally new framework of investigation, incomparable to the preceding advisory board, which Bill Richardson regarded as a whitewash. We can expect a lot of achievement. You do not need to be an entrenched believer in genocide and racism to support the perpetrators of genocide. In the absence of strong public opinion and expressed will of the statesman, the bureaucrats take human rights very lightly and becomes autocratic. The Rohingya with extraordinary experience protest in the face of the MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. But they are yet to win the Japanese bureaucrats who can stay peaceful, being assured of promotion and re-employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Muranushi. We'll come back to you. I already see questions have been asked to you, and I'm sure Ms. Yasminullah and Dr. Al-Sahafi, you must be looking at some of the questions. So we'll come back to all of you after we listen to the key discussion that we have today. My very good friend, Dr. Azim Ibrahim, Director, Center for Global Policy in Washington, D.C. Azim, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Imtiaz, and thank you to my fellow panelists, Yasmin, Professor Murad, and Professor Mashimi. It's a great honor for me to be here, and thanks so much for the organizers for putting this a very important event together. It's 3 years now since the Rohingya exodus from Myanmar, but as we all know, this was not the first time that the Rohingya have been expelled from Myanmar in such a fashion. When I went to the camps in Cox's Bazar, I met individuals who had been refugees 2 or 3 times, coming back and forth from Myanmar, being repatriated and then being expelled again by the Burmese and the Myanmar authorities. So this is not a new problem. This has been going on for quite some time, over half a century, in fact. What I would like to say is that despite everything that has happened over the last few years, there's been some progress from the government of Myanmar, from the government of Bangladesh and the ICC, the ICG, and many other facets. Nothing in reality has changed for the Rohingya on the ground, both in Bangladesh and in Myanmar. For them, the situation is exactly the same. And I think it'd be very important to understand that their predicament is what we need to actually be working towards to improve their situation on the ground. The discussion, I listened to all the other speakers and very great insights that they have on the Rohingya diaspora. And I would simply like to say that the Rohingya diaspora at this current situation is extremely weak. I have been speaking on this topic for many years now, and I always say to the audience before I begin that you have obviously come here to hear a presentation on the Rohingya genocide and how we got here. but I bet you not a single person here can name me a single famous Rohingya person. And none of them ever can. Nobody can ever tell me who a famous Rohingya is. And this is one of the great challenges that the Rohingya diaspora and the Rohingya community have, is that there is really nobody amongst them who has reached the standard of an international statesman that can represent their people. There is nobody of Rohingya origin in Silicon Valley who's made millions of dollars from their app and that can say, I'm going to invest $5 million of my own private money into a public awareness campaign from my people. There is nobody of Rohingya origin elected to the British Parliament, the European Parliament, or any other parliament around the globe that can make this their pet project to raise awareness and lobby for their people. There's nobody of Rohingya origin working in Al Jazeera or CNN that can take this up as their cause. These people really are at the bottom of the ladder, and this is a real challenge for the diaspora. I don't believe that the change is going to come from externally. I believe that the Rohingya community themselves must take on this mantle. Young Rohingya people like our earlier speaker, like Yasmin, the responsibility will fall upon them to educate themselves, to empower themselves, and to act as representatives for the Rohingya community to try to bring about the changes that they actually want and enact for their community. I think some of the faith that we have in the international legal process is certainly most welcome, and I commend Gambia for having taken this initiative. I think the most interesting thing about the Gambia action in the ICJ is that why did it take Gambia to actually undertake this action? It is obviously now clear that this mechanism in international law has existed since 1948, but no other country took the initiative to take this action. And in fact, I also believe, and I've made this a matter of public record, it was a fundamental error of the government of Bangladesh to try to enter into negotiations with Myanmar at the very early stages of this crisis. When this crisis first erupted in 2017, I made a trip to Bangladesh in which I informed various government ministers that by entering into a discussion with Myanmar, you are legitimizing Myanmar. Myanmar is simply telling the world that, look, we do not know why these people are leaving on such a scale, and we are now in discussions with Bangladesh to try to bring them back. And all of this was simply a mechanism by which to buy time until world attention moves on to the next crisis, and those Rohingya, over 1 million of them, will become a permanent fixture in Bangladesh. What Bangladesh should have done from the outset is, whilst world attention was on this crisis, is to use a much more aggressive international legal mechanisms and diplomatic mechanisms to hold Myanmar to account. So I believe this was an error on the behalf of Bangladesh. I also, very interesting, I enjoyed the presentation from Professor Murad from Saudi Arabia and about the Rohingya diaspora in Saudi Arabia. The Rohingya diaspora to me, the Rohingya civilization to me is essentially very similar to the Native Americans in the United States. This is a civilization that was essentially wiped out, and we have now a situation in which almost the majority of the Rohingya are now scattered all over the globe. Now, what will happen to the Rohingya civilization one generation from now? What will happen to their language? What will happen to their culture? What will happen to their way of life? It will essentially all be diluted unless explicit steps are taken to preserve this. The Rohingya were expelled from Myanmar. As soon as they crossed the border was mined. The villages were burnt down and bulldozed, and the land has already been redistributed to local Rakhines. So there is nowhere for them to go back to, let alone any mechanism by which to take them back. So the responsibility now falls upon the Rohingya diaspora to preserve as much as they possibly can of their culture and their way of life before it also disappears like the Native Americans. And I also feel that this idea of the repatriation of the Rohingya, we had an event yesterday in which we had a representative of the Myanmar government in this event. It was a deputy ambassador here in Washington, D.C. And this was quite surprising for us because they usually never attend events. And myself and my colleagues were initially a little bit concerned because we believe that this was a new public relations offensive that the Embassy of Myanmar is undertaking now that they are realizing that the ICJ situation, the International Court of Justice, is turning against them. And so they have possibly developed some new ideas, some new public relations efforts to try to push back on this. But it transpired during the event, and this should be available online, you can see it on our website, is that they had no new arguments at all. They were just recycling the same arguments. And the same arguments were that, look, we are just waiting for the Rohingya to come back. We have set up these camps and we have set up these centres, these transition centres to allow them to come back, but none of them are coming back. And this is because, the government of Bangladesh is not cooperating with us. And obviously this is not only false, but this is just essentially a misrepresentation of the reality. I don't believe that the government of Myanmar has any intention of taking the Rohingya back. They have spent almost half a century trying to get rid of these people. And General Min Aung Hlaing said this very clearly in some of his Facebook posts, which are now being taken down, is that this is unfinished business to remove the illegal Bengali immigrants from their country. This is very explicit in his words. So I don't believe they have any intention of taking the Rohingya back. I believe any sort of negotiation, to rely on any sort of negotiation for them to take the Rohingya back is really a fool's errand. It's not going to get you anywhere. I think what the international community really needs to work on is trying to improve the lives of the Rohingya that are in Bangladesh, is to try to support Bangladesh in multiple ways to provide the Rohingya with a comfortable life, access to education and healthcare, and possibly even a pathway to citizenship, not necessarily in Bangladesh, but around the region for Bangladesh to share the burden. And until a time comes in which, the situation changes, and anything can happen at any time. Aung San Suu Kyi could die and a new leader may come in and say, look, we want to improve our image around the globe. This has been hugely damaging to Myanmar's international image. And some of my colleagues who I've been speaking to have had interaction with the government of Myanmar tell me that this is certainly the case. There are many Myanmar diplomats who are forced to take the government line. They are forced to push the government line. But in fact, they are very unhappy. Many of them are living in the West. Many of them are diplomats in the West. They're educated in the West. And they are just very unhappy in which the situation has transpired, not necessarily because they care about the Rohingya, but simply because this is so bad for Myanmar's image. Myanmar is a nation that is being reprimanded now in the ICJ for genocidal action, genocidal intent. So this is hugely damaging for them. And I think that, there's a possibility, somebody from that camp may come to power, may have more influence. So to try to engage with those people is very important, but to rely on it as a strategy to repatriate the 1 million Rohingya in Bangladesh is simply not going to work. So I would just finish off by saying, and because I know you have lots of speakers, you have lots of Rohingya speakers, and I think the Rohingya need to now learn to speak for themselves, to empower themselves, to educate themselves, and to start representing themselves. The last thing I would like to say is that when we speak about other causes, you always know that they are relatively well represented in Washington, in Brussels, in London, and elsewhere. The Rohingya community really needs to start organizing itself and start representing itself. Individuals like me and individuals like some of the other speakers, I'm not a Rohingya. I'm simply just an independent academic. I'm here today, I may be gone tomorrow, but most of you will always, if you're Rohingya, you'll always remain Rohingya, and you'll always be responsible towards your own community. So I will just stop there, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Azim, for that. Well, we have heard 4 speakers, and very different from very different places. But let us go on a reverse order, starting with Professor Muranushi. Professor Muranushi, you have some questions. I don't know whether you were able to see them, but I could read out if you have not. Have you?
Could you please read it? I cannot see.
One question was, what are the possibilities through which the responsibility sharing mechanism can be made legally binding upon states?
I'm not sure what the meaning of that question.
I think the idea is whether the responsibility sharing mechanism, particularly, I don't know. Let me see who has asked the question, but I think wanted. This is Ishrar Habib wanted to know mainly with the idea whether Japan would be willing to share responsibility, and can that be made legally binding?
Well, I think in terms of the current genocide convention, that is very, very difficult. I think Japan cannot be regarded as a accomplice of genocide. Japan is simply a supporting member for its own reason. So I think it depends. I think when you talk about responsibility sharing, it is important whether that country supporting a genocidal act is actually having a similar or the same purpose as the culprits had.
Okay, just to continue with that, to make clear, genocide includes the issue of complicity in genocide. And you did refer to the bureaucracy business nexus. If they are found to have aided the Myanmar state or the Myanmar military in a way which has contributed to genocide, would that be an issue in Japan?
Well, so far, thus far, it cannot be an issue. I think even the press do not reveal that part of the essence of the story.
Okay, good. Maybe we'll come back to you later.
So I think the situation in Japan, like, is a kind of complicity or secret understanding between the press, which should be critical of the government and the government itself.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Let's move to Dr. Alsa Hafid. Were you able to see the questions?
I think there's one question about how the identity of the Burmese are recognized. I think they are recognized as being Myanmarese. Okay, so part of the reason of establishing the new committee that some of them has residency permit that they stop renewing them, so the fines accumulate for many years. So they exempted from paying all those fees, and then they were offered the new residency permit. I think the early refugee arrivals, some of them have been granted the Saudi citizenship, as the Burmese community leader indicated. For the rest, the Saudi nationality regulation does not allow dual nationality, so that's why they are recognized as being Myanmarese, I think, in their ID card.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Yasminullah, you want to respond to the questions that were pointed at you?
I believe the question was what are the places that the Rohingya refugees in Canada came from? So the first batch of refugees actually came from the refugee camps in Bangladesh, and that was I believe that was almost 10 years ago, 10 years or more. I think that it's prior to well prior to the mass exodus in 2017. The next few groups of people that have been resettled here often come from Malaysia, and there have been a lot more resettlement from Malaysia, and currently there are a lot more private sponsorships as well throughout various different aid organizations, mostly are church groups and religious groups that have resettled some of the Rohingya refugees continuously and successfully. And I have to check another question. I don't think that I'm not too sure if I've gotten this question right.
We can come back to you.
Yeah. So
did you get?
Yeah, I think that's about it. The other thing was about the number of Rohingya diaspora, and that's major. So the number that's official is by the fact-finding mission. That's 600,000 of us are still left in Myanmar, and the rest of us are scattered all over. Over a million are in the camps, and so yeah, that's the math right there. But that's about it. I think about half of us are scattered all across the globe.
Thank you. I think we need to work on that. We need to really find out, the numbers. We do have today fascinating numbers from Dr. Al-Sahafi. Now, this is a question to the panel, but I'll ask Azim to start, and then I'll request all the panel members to respond. And the question is this: what are prospects of the Rohingya diaspora forming coalitions with other persecuted minority groups from Myanmar or even from other parts of the world, and could it help? Azim.
Professor Imtiaz, that's a very, very important question. The Rohingya, I wrote an article a couple of years ago in Foreign Policy magazine that was titled First They Came for the Rohingya. And it seemed the argument I made was very simple, is that their leaders in Myanmar, whether it's the Tatmadaw, the civilian leadership, many of them are Burma Buddhist nationalists. Their entire ambition is to create a pure Burma Buddhist nationalist state. And they believe that the country of Burma should only consist of that minority. And all these other minorities, whether it's the Rohingya, whether it's the Karen, the Kashin, the Shan, whomsoever, just happen to be there by accident, but they don't actually belong there. And only if you are Buddhists and Burma, then can you be a full citizen of Myanmar. And the Rohingya don't have much sympathy in Myanmar, but there are other groups that have reached out to Rohingya. For example, the Karen Women's Organization has reached out to the Rohingya, and it's probably one of the only ones that has condemned Myanmar's action against the Rohingya minority. Because what is happening now is that those minorities are now also on the receiving end of the Myanmar's military ethnic cleansing, because it seems very clear that the Myanmar military believes they have gotten away scot-free with the genocide against the Rohingya, so they can turn their attention onto the other minority groups and do the same with them. And the lesson from this is very simple, is that if you allow one genocide to go unpunished, you're opening the door to many others. And the same military divisions, that was Division 33 and 99, also known as the tip of the spear, which were deployed in Rakhine against the Rohingya minority, are now being deployed against these other minority groups. So I think it's very important. And many of these groups are Christian groups. I have had meetings here in the United States with officials from the State Department, in which they are horrified that the Christian minorities are now being persecuted in the same way, because there's always confusion. This is the reality. When you mention Muslims are being persecuted, there's always confusion. Oh, well, what did the Muslims do? Was it ARSA? Did they have any links to Al-Qaeda, to ISIS, to Lashkar-e-Taiba, Lashkar-e-Jangiri? Who is supplying these Muslim militants? There must be something there. But when you say, oh, look, they are now targeting Christian groups, they are targeting female groups, etc. This is where I think many policymakers globally are very interested in trying to get involved. So this is the argument I think the Rohingya community has to do. They have to build coalitions with these organizations, and they have to work together to expose the Myanmar military and the Myanmar civilian leadership, which is supporting that military for the for the persecution against all of these minority groups.
Good. Dr. Al-Sahafi, you want to respond to that particular question?
I think based on my experience with the community, I mean, they are very well organized here, and they are hardworking people. So I think it won't be difficult for key leaders of communities here in Saudi Arabia to connect with those in other diaspora. I mean, to form some kind of body to make their voice heard. I think they are able to do this, I think.
Good. I think that's a concrete suggestion. Professor Muranushi, you want to comment on the question?
Oh, thank you. Well, I think in my experience, in my small experience, the non-Rohingya Burmese community in Japan are relatively united in the sense that they do not want to recognize Rohingya. But they are not equally united. I mean, for example, the small minority communities in Tokyo seem to be more understanding to the logic and the arguments of the Rohingya. And even the Burmese community in Tokyo were not so strongly anti-Rohingya 20 years ago. So in that sense, it is very hard for the Rohingya community to make a coalition with other minority in Japan. But I think it is at least possible to disunite the Burmese anti-Rohingya environment or coalition. Thank you.
Okay, before I give to Ms. Yasminullah, let me add one more question that I believe you'll be able to answer better. And the question is, are you aware of any efforts to formulate one predominant Rohingya linguistic form among the Rohingya diaspora communities across the world? Any research efforts to do so, knowing the Rohingya language originally is not a written text? If not, do you think there is merit in forming one linguistic form for future generations of Rohingyas? Yasmin, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. It is really, really difficult to verify whether or not we've had a written language. At some point, the written language was just no longer in practice with the colonization of the Burman. With our community went through a lot of changes. That also sort of have been the factor of why that the written language, the written scripts were not used. The idea that the idea of a scripted language just became a little bit more obsolete during the time that we were going through genocide, and people weren't hearing about us very much, maybe the past 40-50 years. But indeed, we did have the scripted language, but it was lost during all of those processes that I've mentioned. At the same time, there are attempts, and there are a lot of attempts to actually revive the language. And one of the two ways that our community is currently trying to revive the language is either through establishing a new scripted language that is with the English characters, which would be a really great way for English speakers and those who are who are using English characters to be able to understand us, and it will be easier to pronounce in general. But there's another one which is through the Arabic letters, and that's also up and coming. The language school within Canada by the Rohingya Association of Canada is actually teaching the Hanafi, the scripted language in Arabic, and they've been teaching that for a couple of years now. I do see the pros and cons in both, and I would prefer to use the easier path, which is the English scripts. But I also think that it's important for us to have diversity and differences at different time, as long as it's not infringing on each other's rights, on anyone else's rights. So having this diversity and understanding that we will always have differences within the community, whether it be on language or other things, this is not the only thing that, it's not that the script, or if it's in English or Arabic, this is not an actual defining characteristic to whether or not we are united as a community. The other part about research, I know very little right now. There have been some researchers that have approached me and asked about how they could go about doing this. I think that there are some that are attempting to do some research on the language itself, and I think that Rohingya Vision has had some of the projects done with them in regards to this, and I think that maybe the question would better be directed at them. And I think that they're quite open in talking about this project. If you want me to get involved and get you in touch with the people at Rohingya Vision, I'm more than happy to do so. The part about whether or not we can form a better coalition with the rest of the ethnic communities, I will give an example of when I was working with the Rohingya Human Rights Network. We've always been really, really close with the Karen Community Canada. And the reason why we decided this was important was because it would be really an impactful statement when we actually include when we actually include the Karen Community Canada in all of our public gathering and all our public engagements, including when we actually negotiate with the policymakers in Canada in pushing the right narratives and in pushing for them to do more about the Rohingya issues and the Myanmar issues in general. So that's been proven really successful. We've had a really good relationship with the organization, and they've always included us in their engagement as well. I've now forged some relationship with the Karenni group, and I'm also looking to do more in terms of collaborating specifically on the women's organization. So I've met someone from the Swan, the Shan community, the Shan women organization, and I've met a few other women from the An community, as well as women from the Women's League of Burma, which is a really, really large organization that are working on, providing the platform and working on possibly in the future adding a Rohingya participant into the organization, which would be a really loud and bold move, just because we have not had any sort of official recognition. And as Dr. Azim had mentioned before, we actually spoke with the Deputy Ambassador of Myanmar yesterday, and regardless of how much we ask her or insistently ask her to recognize us as Rohingya, or recognize the issues that the Myanmar military have abused, has actually violated a lot of other ethnic communities, including Rohingya. She had said nothing, and that's pretty clear. That we have to continuously look to form a larger coalition. There is a significant effort. It's slow, and I don't think that it's going to be any faster at this point. We as a community are trying to build and form a coalition within our own community, so you can imagine how slowly this is moving, but we're trying. And I will be pushing forward to form better coalition with the people, the ethnic communities outside in the diaspora, because that's easier. And then slowly we will move forward to building more coalition within Myanmar.
Thank you, Yasmin. This is a question to Dr. Azim. I want to bring Farah Kabir. She wants to ask a question, but before I give the platform to her, let me state the question so Azim can start thinking. The question is, if the Bangladesh government negotiating with the Myanmar authorities was a mistake, in your opinion, what other options were at the disposal of the Bangladesh government it could have explored? So you can start thinking. Farah, you want to come in? Farah Kabir?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead.
unmute. Okay. No, the host had to unmute me. I had two questions, one for Yasmin, but she's already responded about connecting with the women's group and so on. And I have a question for Dr. Azim. In terms of, we're looking at the government of Bangladesh's role in the negotiations. How do you see the international leadership taking it up? I mean, it's very clear when we were listening to our friend from Japan how the business or commerce and trade takes priority over human rights. So what's going to be the driving factor to get global leadership to take up the Rohingya cause? It's now and then. It's when it's the flavor of the month it comes up, or when there's a UN conference it comes up, and then we're still walking on the streets and protesting and so on. But it's really not on the agenda, and that we have seen in terms of also the response and commitment in terms of supporting the refugees. So I would like to hear a little bit more from where Azim is sitting and how he sees the world. And Yasmin, yes, if we can all connect with other women organizations outside of Myanmar also, do let us know. And there's an ActionAid Federation has 47 countries, and we could be connected if you wish, if there's opportunity, both with the young group and the women's group. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before Azim takes response to Farah's question, just give me a minute because I want to. This is a question asked to Professor Muranushi, and maybe he can start thinking about how he is going to respond. And the question is: after the Second World War, the incident of atomic bomb attack in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Japanese government mostly prioritized world peace in their every aspects of national and international issues. However, during my study, and this is Akhtar, I believe, who studied in Hiroshima University. However, during my study at Hiroshima University, I never see the Japanese professors to talk about the Rohingya crisis. So has there been any shift in Japan? You can respond, but let Azim go first. Azim, go ahead.
Thank you so much for that question, and it's good to see you again after all these years. So in terms of the Bangladeshi government, as I articulated earlier, I believe that when this crisis first erupted, Bangladesh should have used international opinion and media that was spotlighted on the Rohingya crisis when the exodus was happening to pursue Myanmar very aggressively. Not just in the media, but also in the international fora. Like I said, the most surprising thing about the Gambia case was that this mechanism actually existed. Why didn't Bangladesh initiate this action back in 2017 for emergency measures against Myanmar so that the international spotlight was on it? Now the situation has moved on dramatically, and now it's much more difficult for Bangladesh. The reality is that the world is not interested in this crisis. Even in the Security Council of Bangladesh had brought this up. At that time in 2017, they may have got some sort of traction, but now Myanmar is being protected by China's veto, and China has much more deeper interest in Myanmar than that goes beyond the Rohingya, beyond human rights or anything. China has ambitions to be a global superpower, and this is very clear through Xi Jinping's articulation of his 100-year marathon, his ambition to be a superpower as quickly as possible. But before it can become a global superpower, it must become a regional power. And that means keeping its regional nuclear rival, India, in check. Access to Myanmar gives access to China, to the Indian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal. Thus, they can avoid the Straits of Malacca and completely surround India. So you have these geopolitical machinations going on between these nuclear powers, and the Rohingya minority simply does not fit into that equation. So there's very little interest in the Rohingya from that perspective. And I'd also like to reiterate what Professor Mashimi said, is that I actually met with a Japanese ambassador at an event here in Washington. And I remember very clearly he was explicit that, look, the Rohingya simply don't matter. We have to support Aung San Suu Kyi. She's made some mistakes, but we cannot let the democratic project come off its track. So they are perpetuating this myth that, if we put too much pressure on Myanmar, we put too much pressure on Aung San Suu Kyi, then the military may come back and take power. And this is something that we want to avoid altogether, which is a total myth, because the military is in the perfect position in Myanmar. They have the holy grail of politics, which is power without any accountability. They can enrich themselves, they can get involved in genocide, and there's absolutely no repercussions at all. There's absolutely no way they will retake power and invite international sanctions upon themselves again. So I would suggest, in terms of Bangladesh, I believe that the best course of action of Bangladesh is to very aggressively pursue Myanmar through the international legal mechanisms that have been opened up by the Gambia, that are also being explored at ICC, and also take an international effort, a campaign to highlight that fact that Myanmar is simply not living up to its obligations. Anything else, discussions, negotiations, will not get them anywhere at all.
Thank you. Professor Muranushi?
Yes, thank you. Well, who started World War II, who started the war, was a problem of the Tokyo trial. And the problem of the crime against humanity was mainly conducted outside Japan, in Singapore or in other countries outside Japan. So I think the way the Japanese sees the difference between two needs to be understood, especially when you talk about the people, the Japanese, who were executed as committing a crime against humanity. Lots of the trials were not so precise. Lacked precision. A lot of Japanese there were executed well, although those prosecuted people were not real criminals. So in that sense, I think although the Japanese are very interested still now in class item A of the Tokyo trial, I think the Japanese were not so much interested or even disappointed in the concept of crime against humanity. So I think, it's a very interesting distortion of history after Second World War in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That almost brings to close time-wise. We have another panel exactly 14 minutes from now. I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes to wind up today's discussion. I think it started really well. If you look at how comprehensive some of the questions and some of the remarks that were made by all the 4 speakers, including pointing out the need to collaborate with other ethnic minorities who are suffering in Myanmar, the need for organization, the need for leadership, the need to preserve the culture, Rohingya culture, the language itself. I can go on and on. This is recorded. You can go back and find out. I believe so many things to do. And not only for the Rohingyas. I think even the non-Rohingyas who are interested in issues of justice, in issues of human rights. There's so much there. I think the point that Ms. Yasminullah was making on the traumatized existence is very important. Any knowledge on psychology will tell you, particularly those who are familiar with Carl Gustav Jung's understanding of psychology, that if it gets into your mind, the trauma, it becomes intergenerational. It goes from generation to generation. It doesn't go out. The fear exists. And that is something, even the new generation probably who has not suffered directly from Myanmar, but Myanmar is responsible because the parents and the grandparents have suffered. I think that's the point Ung was making way back, and then I think it has come back. And it is important to flag that, because somehow, the younger generation probably will think, that, or Myanmar probably will say that this is a new generation. But the point here is the trauma remains. And I think flagging the traumatized existence, I think, is extraordinary. What we need to do is to preserve the narratives in a way and get disseminated so that people would know how humans can be dispassionate about certain things. And I believe there are people in Myanmar, and this was something that Azim Ibrahim was flagging. There are a lot of people, at least I meet a lot of Burmese outside Myanmar, and they are very, they understand the issues. And I believe that Myanmar will change one day, because you can't have a country where part of the military, and I would say the part of the military has committed genocide, not only against the Rohingyas, but against other minorities as well. And those who are supporting, and this brings to Professor Muranishi's issue, the the bureaucracy business nexus, also ought to understand that, business can't be the last word of life and living, and it doesn't go with the Japanese civilizational ethos. Japanese civilizational ethos, the kind of tolerance and the kind of society that they have created doesn't go at all with supporting Myanmar, particularly when Japan is so much interested in the rule of law. Time and again, they would point out that that in the South China Sea, rule of law has to be maintained. Now, if you say that, then you are also obliged to maintain rule of law in Myanmar. You can't have rule of law in South China Sea and demand the global community would support you, whereas you are totally, absolutely neglecting the rule of law when it comes to Myanmar because of business interest or religious interest. That, I think, would be very unfortunate. But I'm sure, as listening to Professor Muranishi's critique of Japanese bureaucracy, would tell you that that things are not so much, the conformity that we see in Japan is not that solid. There are people in Japan, I believe, who are raising the conscience of the Rohingyas, and I believe it will work at one point in time. Now, sometimes I also get, I get really, I wouldn't say disappointed, but it puzzles me a lot when I see in the Japanese media still there's reference to illegal migrants or Bengalis. And this is after ICJ provisional verdict, and it doesn't make any sense because, as I said, even Aung San Suu Kyi and her team not for once mentioned in the ICC submission that they are illegal immigrants or Bengalis. If that is the case, why is Japanese media, some media, doing it? And there is the complicity issue that that comes up. And I think Dr. Al-Safi's fascinating, the whole narratives of different waves of Rohingyas getting into Saudi Arabia. I think this needs to be disseminated, because I think each of the narrative, each of the phase, we can see traces of genocide. And this is something Azim has written very well on the hidden genocide, and become so clear with the narrative that Dr. Al-Safi has made today. So I think there are so many things here. Is as I say, the journey is the beginning. There were some questions, and I could see those questions were actually Bangladeshi officials could answer, not by Yasmin or Al-Safai or Professor Muranishi. These are mainly related to Bangladesh, and we have tomorrow the former foreign secretary who probably will be able to answer Azim's position as to why it was a mistake, because he was then in charge, so he probably would be able to answer tomorrow on that. Now, with that little bit of my understanding of today's panel, let us have a break for, I see now it's 10 minutes break. Let's have a 10 minutes break and come back at Bangladesh time, 8:45. But time, just keep 10 minutes in your mind. That would work. And let's listen to the next panel too. Is equally fascinating, because we have speakers from US, UK, and Thailand. And we have Barrister Manzoor Hassan, who will be the moderator, and we have the key discussant, someone who is very active in the Rohingya camps, and he's from BRAC, Bangladesh, Mr. K.M. Morshed. So some of the questions that were flagged here, I'm sure Morshed can take it up. So see you in 10 minutes. Stay as you are. You don't have to, switch off or anything. Stay with us. Take a break, have a glass of water or whatever, and then we come back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to the end of our panel 1. Panel 2 will start shortly, like within 15 minutes, with Rohingya Diaspora, UK, USA, and Thailand, requesting our distinguished guests and the participants to kindly bear with us until we start our panel 2. Thank you very much. So I just have to make sure that we're recording live. Let me just check for a minute. So we may start, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me invite you all back to the second panel discussion. We've heard some very interesting ideas, and it was a very lively discussion that we've had. I'm just requesting my panelists and our discussant to be all sort of linked up. I hope they're all there. Can you give me some information whether they're there?
Yes, they're all there.
Okay, they're all there. Very good. So let's make a start. As we have heard from three panelists from three different countries, we also have three people to speak on the experience of three different countries. We have we have a speaker from the UK, the US, and from Thailand. And I think we have the kind of the order is that we will first go to Ms. Thai, who is a PhD student at Queen Mary University of London. And then she will have 15 minutes, and then we will go to Ms. Paulus. She is a lawyer, international criminal law attorney in the US. And then finally, we will go to Mr. Bonrik. He's a PhD candidate from the University of Chiang Mai, Thailand. And then we have our discussant, Mr. K.A.M. Moshed. He's the senior director at BRAC in Bangladesh. So basically, if I can just briefly mention that we will have Ms. Thai, who will talk about what policies should the Rohingya diaspora pursue to pressurize Myanmar for granting citizenship.
Hello?
I think the presenter, moderator internet has gone down.
On behalf of the organizers, I'm just stepping in. I think Manzoor's internet may be playing up. So please start.
Okay, so it's me, right? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's very honored to be invited in this conference, and then thank you for all the organizer and also the participants. Today, I'm gonna present in about like how the specific the Rohingya diaspora should engage with the Myanmar government, international community, and also all the Myanmar civil society too, to engage for the citizenship in Myanmar. The paper I have been I got a kind of presented is mostly about the country citizenship has been racialized. So how do we kind of engage for the de-racializations? We have got several policy maker, international community who are working to halt Rohingya genocides, has recommended we should have a reform of Myanmar citizenship law. So in that specific regard, the paper I'm presenting today is like in the reform in the 1982 citizenship law, in line with the international standard, is a crucial. But there is another angle we have to take. Because the Myanmar 1982 citizenship law is so much deep-rooted institutionalized the racial injustice. So for this respect, first I would like to go about like how the citizenship has been racialized in the country. So the country 1982 citizenship law has been divided the community as a us and thems, and periphery and then central status and periphery status. Then they make it some sign outsider. Some are like a native of the soil, and some make it as an outsider, migrant, illegal migrant, foreigner from the country. For example, 1982 citizenship law have a two distinguished category. One is about who are the Tayinta, which is mean native of the soil. So then the rest are considered as a mixed blood or settler or migrant. They call it Sueno in Burmese terms. Then those who are recognized as a Tayinta group, they can get a full citizenship according to the 1982 citizenship law. But however, for the rest group, they have to be proved that they are in the country before 1980-23, which is the first first Anglo-Burma war. Those who cannot prove, of course, that's not easy to prove about how you resettle for before 1923. So they have to go to the round about their applying associated citizenship, naturalized citizenship in the country. So that's make a kind of a racial qualifications. Like if you belong to this race group, you are full citizens, and if you are not belong to this group, then you have to go to the second class, and then that's the citizenship route is a different way for them. So this has been mostly been well known for many of the people working on this issue. However, the way I would like to present is the between the Tayinta and Tuenor, which is Tayinta is native of soil, and Tuenor, which is considered migrant, etc., has a broader issue in the country, because the Tuenor has been also applied to most of the Muslim group in the country. For example, those Brahma Muslim who has been in the country has been also categorized as a Tueno, which is a mixed blood. So most of their citizenship caste has been leveled as a Pakistani Bengali or Indian Pakistan Bengali, or even three, four different dash and dash kind of a mixer. This mixed blood category, which they kind of consume. They are the origin from different country like Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India, whatever whatsoever. So this kind of racial injustice has been in the whole citizenship process in the country. And then those who are recognized as a Tueno have to go different route of the citizenship applying, and they have to go different route, and the investigation is different for them. And for example, there is a news about recently in the passport office, if you belong to the Tueno, you have to go to a different queue. That has been a kind of racial injustice happening. And so there is a combination of the Tuenor, which is a migrant settler, and the Muslim as a kind of Muslim combination. For example, those Kaman Muslim who are recognized as a 135 ethnic group, they are still persecuted as same as Rohingya Muslim, and they are still spending time in their IDP camp in the Rakhine state, and their freedom of movement has been restricted. And then all the nationalist movement in the country is also taken a kind of notion of the illegal migrant or troublemaker coming to the Myanmar for taking the lands or claiming as into the ethnic of the Burma. So like all those during 2011, 2012, and 2013, the nationalist movement in the country has taken the saying that Islamization of the foreign occupation invasion in the country. So this is a kind of existed in there, what is a notion of citizenship in the country. Now I would like to turn to how the racialized citizenship 1982 citizenship has been applied to the Rohingya situation, very double standard or very different way. For example, during the past, like from 1982 to until now, the citizenship card, there is no citizenship card has been processed for the Rohingya. There has been issued like the temporary registration card and NVC card, which has been taken now almost 40 years of the time from 1982. The process for the Rohingya is completely different than other Tueno category in the Burma. For example, whoever can prove the Rohingya even can prove who are the citizen of the 1948 citizenship law. They still have to go to the apply and accept their TRC temporary registration card, or NVC card. And then the whole scenario has been controlled by the citizenship law, because the Rohingya who want to do like some kind of a livelihood opportunity, or go to have a employment opportunity in the NGO or in the private sector, they still need to accept an NCV card, which said they not belong to they are not native of any other country either. So basically saying it's stateless. So then all the thing has been resolved as a process of genocide, as all has been given by the Hague ICJ, the Hague. And then there is also some scholars saying that this is apartheid created for the Rohingya and so on. Having said that, all those has been created by the 1982 racialized citizenship law. I would like to talk about how exactly we can engage to the Myanmar civil society and governments to have a kind of one citizenship in the country. There are several examples in the conflict, in the genocide in Rwanda, or in the apartheid in South Africa. Citizenship is always has divided the people or unite the people. So it has two causes they play. Either the citizenship can create a conflict, but also create a path of a unity, and then resolving the conflict. So for this reason, we have this kind of similar citizenship in 1948 citizenship law, which I would like to quote in what 1947 Constitution of Union Burma has stated. Quote, there shall be only one citizenship through the union. That is to say that there shall be no citizenship of union as distant from citizenship of union, which is written under the 1947 constitutions, and also 1948 citizenship law, or provision of 1947 constitution according to. So this has been according to the British and Burma New Italy Agreement, which was after the attainment of their independence from the British. So how the Burma was designed after the independence from the British colony. Although there is a kind of category of indigenous race in that law, in 1947 Constitution and 1948 Constitution law, but they still grant one citizenship and one unique citizenship for all the whole Burma. So for this reason, I suggest that we could still go back to this law, because that was more legitimate law. Since 1962 to until 2010, Burma was ruled under the authoritarian. So then all the law, including 1982 citizenship, was created by the authoritarian, has created for the division, and it's a law we couldn't really regard as exercising. So we shouldn't really be putting all those things has been added by the authoritarian. For 1948 citizenship law has been unidentified race and religions. So having race and religion out of the citizen card create a kind of unity, and then it's also avoid any kind of a division and discriminatory policy and prejudice against a particular race and religions. So the initial process of the citizenship of a 1948 citizenship law could be a good start, a good ideal process. The law will automatically allow the Rohingya population to restore their citizenship life, because 1948 has recognized the Rohingya as a citizen of the country. So then this will allow the erasing all form of exclusive prejudice and propaganda, fake news, blaming Rohingya as a foreigner, invader, illegal migrant, or Bengali, or against all their fake and propaganda has been come out to the country, and that will erase the injustice of all this process. The also one very important point for the Rohingya crisis is also one citizenship will allow to to unite between the Rakhine and Rohingya. For example, now in the Rakhine state, the Rakhine has got kind of a Tayintar, which is a central status, and the Rohingya has got designated as a stateless, and which has got which has the status as a periphery. So there is a several reconciliation project ongoing, but having those two has very divided and very different status is not really happening any kind of reconciliation for those who has got a different divided and rule and assigned by the state and by the citizenship law. So that's why. So the having to propose the international community and then government and civil society to engage in one type of citizen will automatically solve so much problem in the Rakhine state, and particular in also the against Thuy Nor, which is called Thuy Nor, and in other part of Burma. In terms of these things, so there is always a narrative from the government saying that the 20% of the seat in the parliament is still being occupied by the military. So that's what civilian government is not really can do this kind of a change in policy. However, the argument we want to put is the citizens, the current Myanmar's government is the people elected government since the 1948 government in British. So it's the second time people elected government since then. So they are responsible to eradicate all the authoritarian divided law in the country. And this is very crucial for also participation from the community. There might be kind of backlash saying that this is not acceptable because of that they are erasing the race, where many people probably want to, like other ethnic group, want to claim their ethnic-based entitlement, so that that should not be explained that this law is not irrigating all ethnic identity, but uniting under one citizenship law and unification under one citizenship law, because all the race created by the authoritarian should not be exercised in this time of democratizations. There is also other things I think I'd like to a few more point to propose to the international community, and funding this kind of project, one citizenship project by the international donor, will be very helpful to engage the Myanmar governments, and to probably is under the reconciliation project, because this is part of the reconciliation and unification. So engaging under the unification is very helpful. And also, like, I want to give to a bit of British government role. So the British has there is several scholar and there is a written document saying that the British has also part of this responsibility of the creating divisions and then promoting one group and then omitting one particular group in the censorship, and then not having written properly of the other ethnic group in the country or whatsoever. So in that sense, the British has also partly responsibility to engage the government to be able to correct in this all the historical injustice, and it has been adopted by the authoritarian in appropriate way in all the thing, and then engaging in the current democratization in Myanmar, because since all international government is helping to have a proper democratization in the country, so this can be also developed. This policy can be developed under the democratization of the country. Finally, there is also one particular project we've been kind of reported by the report, and a few reports come up. The Myanmar is establishing a new project for digitalization of their citizenship card. So that's kind of another worrying thing. So that should be informed and then concerned by all the people, and then well known, as it should be informed properly to the public what is exactly this project is. We're so worried that this law will be creating another layer of prosecutions, and we want to know who is the donor for this kind of work. So is very crucial for Rohingya diaspora and community, and then other Myanmar civil society engage in this project and to make sure that this is according to the in line with the international standard, and also make sure that everyone is inclusive. The final thing I would like to give overview of this all presentation is, the first thing is having the race and religions out of the card will reduce or will irrigate so much problem based on the race and religions has been happening in the country. The second point is engaging international donor having a mostly widely countrywide project, like having birth certificate, giving citizenship to the whoever has passed 18 years old mandatory, and then processing all the documents from the 1948 to the older document, making sure that this process has been taken properly, is going to be very helpful to process by the international project and a kind of support and donor engagement. Finally, there's to engage to claim the Myanmar government. What so far they has been put it in the new project to be able to give exactly what's the project, and to be engaged in this project will be also another possible to change the scenario of the current citizenship law. Finally, I am also talking about how the Myanmar government is illegalized internal migration in tomorrow in one report launch, which is a Burma Human Rights Network is launching a report called Nowhere to Escape. So I would like to also invite some of the participants, if interested, to know how their internal migration has been illegalized in the country, in the issue of especially in the Rohingya crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thai. I had to actually sort of bow out because of a technical issue, but I'm back. And thank you very much for a very fascinating account that you have given on the citizenship law and how it can be revisited, and some of the issues that can be taken up by the diaspora. So thank you very much indeed. I would like to now go to our second speaker, Ms. Polos. She is an attorney, an international criminal law lawyer in the US, and I'd like to invite you to speak about the situation in the US, particularly bearing in mind the diaspora there. So over to you, Ms. Polos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me all. You can hear me fine. So what I'm going to start off with actually is just a very positive note on the diaspora in the United States, and then I'm going to move over to an issue that I think is really important that we have to start thinking about, and I know that we've already started the discussions on it. So first and foremost, I should say that I am not a member of the Rohingya diaspora, but I do work with the Arkan Rohingya National Organization, and I'm very fortunate to work with them, and I continually learn every day about how dynamic and how wonderful the Rohingya people are, and how diverse they are, even in terms of religion and culture and who they are. So first and foremost, let me start off by saying that the US diaspora group is a very resilient group. They, of course, just like every other group around the world, when they've come here, they have had to kind of make adjustments to living in the United States, which of course means that they have to learn English, that they have to be working together, and they do. They've set up in various cities across the United States, wherever they have a large number of people, or even a smaller number of people. They've set up community cultural associations, and then different types of NGOs based on the Rohingya that actually are able to help each other. So they assist each other in the way of helping each other get jobs, working with families to adjust, whether it's with school, filling out applications for different benefits that they may want to receive, and of course for citizenship. The Rohingya here are on the pathway to citizenship. Many of them have received US citizenship, and the last conversation I had with a member of the diaspora in Chicago was telling me that he was very excited to be able to have this citizenship, and of course to partake in the November elections in the US that are coming up. And one of the things that he also shared with me is the fact that There are, of course, a lot of shared bridges between the Rohingya cultural associations and other NGOs on the ground in the United States. So there is kind of two layers in which I look at that. The first is there are NGOs in the United States that actually help these cultural associations and groups with day-to-day items, whether it's pro bono legal counsel or getting them the kind of resources that they need in order to face whatever challenges that they may have. And then the other, of course, the other level of support that the Rohingya do receive in the United States that many of them may not even know about are of different groups. Like, for instance, the American Bar Association, which is a network of 400,000 attorneys. It's a voluntary bar association that recently, in July, sent letters to governments in Asia asking them to please abide by their commitment, not only to the UN Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, but the accompanying Palermo protocols to suppress and prevent human trafficking. As we know, that is an issue that the Rohingya are facing and continue to face. And so that these kinds of support they do enjoy, and the US State Department is a very big supporter of the Rohingya community. And there are various representatives and senators that also support them and have, of course, looked to passing laws to ensure that. And we've seen some of that happen with the Magnitsky sanctions and things like that with Burmese military. One of the current movements right now, of course, is to get the corporations to, of course, not be complicit and participate in the genocide, in addition to the fact that a lot of people are now asking the US government to recognize it and call it a genocide. The US, of course, understands the gravity of the situation and has continued to support where possible. I don't want to spend too much time on the US political side of it because, as you all know, we're facing a very contentious election. And so by November, things could change or things could stay the same, and I don't want what I'm speaking about to be irrelevant. So what I do want to focus on, though, is another portion of this, which I think will be relevant to the rest of the conversation that you all will be having tonight and tomorrow. And also that I think will be relevant to the DACA Declaration. And that is simply that, the diaspora in the US, as much as they are helping each other settle, they are also working very hard to advocate for the Rohingya that are not in the United States, particularly that are still in Burma and, of course, in the camps. And there is an overwhelming sense of sadness and guilt that exists there. And the sadness, of course, is because they miss their family, and a lot of them are not reunited with their family just yet. And then, of course, a sense of guilt and what they can do more to do. And so they are very large advocates. They do engage the US government at every point in turn. They are very vocal about the things that they're doing. But one of the things that I want to pivot to, though, is misinformation. And there's two categories of that I want to talk about. And the misinformation that I want to talk about is the first is the misinformation that is propagated by Myanmar, and then the second is the misinformation that probably is spread around among the Rohingya groups themselves about kind of some of the actions that are being taken. And I think it's really important that those are cleared up. And so first and foremost, with regards to the government of Myanmar, in my opinion, has had they've had 50 to 60 years to be able to kind of get ahead of this story that they promote, perpetuate, and these lies that the Rohingya are people who came from somewhere else and ended up on their territory, which is, of course, a complete falsehood. But given the amount of time they've had, not only to create this narrative, which, I don't think it's a narrative, it's just lies, in addition to the fact that they have been able to then mirror their laws and actions in accordance with this, and then, of course, convince people even in Myanmar that this is true. I think that this is one of those things that, because they've been ahead, it's been very easy for them to be able to make some headway in the international community and then gain support because people see that maybe there's a situation that's similar in their countries like that. What I would say is that the diaspora groups, particularly in the US, but also around the world, have a unique position to be able to now not only counter that, but to go above and beyond that call in making sure that their history and that their language and the culture is preserved and that it is celebrated and that it is recognized. And it can do that in many ways. So one of the ways well, I'll get to that in a minute, but the other thing I want to do is that with Myanmar's misinformation, the regional actors like India and China are doing a great disservice, because they also are participating in this misinformation. And I don't think that India and China have any credibility on being able to discuss this issue, given what's going on in their countries, particularly with India and the issue in Assam with the NRC, and the fact that they are requiring people to have paperwork for things that they obviously would never have paperwork for. And then in China, with the treatment of the Tibetans, the Uyghurs, and the house Christians, so to speak, all those groups are suffering under that government as well. So I think that this is all part and parcel, that of course the Rohingya are never going to be recognized in a proper way by these governments unless there's a change of power in those governments. But even still, I think that this causes a problem, because it means that Myanmar's stories and lies are all supported by governments that are doing the same exact thing, maybe, but dressed up in different clothing, so to speak, in order to accomplish their objectives. So we have to really think about who and who are the credible leaders. And I think that at the last Human Rights Council session, when the Special Rapporteur on the situation in Myanmar human rights spoke, South Korea did a really great job of being able to stand up and say that there were things that needed to be addressed. And I think that the Rohingya, and especially the government of Bangladesh, needs to start looking at other allies in this regard and being able to resolve this issue. So with that, what can the diaspora do with this? Well, besides the fact that in the US, they already have the cultural centers, what I think would be really, really wonderful is, of course, a celebration of their cultures. And other diaspora groups do this as well. They have days that are dedicated to their whatever is important in their culture, celebrations that are important to their cultures. The diaspora groups in the United States are so diverse, and they do work with each other whenever they can, and they do try to help each other. And I think in that regard, it's important. And one of the other threads of conversation that you all had earlier that I found interesting and I think is important, and I was going to mention, so I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm repeating it, but the fact of the matter is that the Rohingya diaspora in the United States can really make some groundbreaking, I think, connections, and as well as efforts in helping to start a dialogue that should be happening in Burma anyways among other minority and indigenous groups, because those indigenous and minority groups are also within the United States. So we do have Karenni people, Chin people and those diaspora groups are here. And if those conversations can start here, that would be a really wonderful way for a lot of modeling to start happening in order to influence and hopefully to take those kinds of steps and to have them happen back home in Myanmar. Arno advocates one mechanism that I think is not discussed enough or at all. And I know that a lot of people always ask, well, how can that happen? But I think that it is really an important mechanism, and that is a Truth and Clarification Commission. And as I mentioned, the Rohingya are already, with 50 to 60 years of the Myanmar government spreading whatever they've been spreading and saying whatever they've been spreading. This is really something that I think needs to happen. And I understand that very important, because number one, it would allow for the participation and the narratives of those people who have been suffering since the first genocidal purges that started happening in the 70s and have continued. And I think then you can take up multiple issues, which is what the real historical background is of the Rohingya, instead of hearing it from other people who maybe are looking into archives but don't understand the group, because the group maybe has more of an oral history than they do a documented history. And of course, people who are looking for evidence are going to find that Myanmar, in their misinformation campaign and campaign against the Rohingya, have gone out of their way to destroy not only cultural sites, but of course, any documentation that would exist, more likely than not. I'm sure that there are no archives of that. If your position is that the group is foreign, more likely you're not going to have any evidence of that later. So a Truth and Clarification Commission would really work. Now, this example that I'm talking about really has actually happened before in the genocide that occurred in Guatemala. And what happened there simply was that after the genocide was done, the Catholic Church, through what was called the Remy Report, through an archbishop, they collected open narratives, meaning that there were no pointed questions that were asked. People were just allowed to share whatever they wanted to share. And this was collected in a very large volume. And it was then given to what the international community had agreed to, which was a UN proposed Truth Commission. And the Remy report made it into the Truth Commission, but the Remy report, unlike the UN Truth Commission, actually named the perpetrators and listed the perpetrators and the things that they had done, which I think is really important. The UN then, of course, in turn did their Truth Commission, didn't really list any of the perpetrators or did anything of that. But the reason why these mechanisms were important and the reasons why this helped is that even though it was years later, we're still seeing now in Guatemala some of the prosecutions of people who took part in those activities and then being able to then just enter into record, whether the victims and survivors are there or not, a legitimate record of something that's happened. Now, I noticed that some of the speakers earlier talked about kind of oral history taking and all these things, but these efforts right now among the diaspora, in my opinion, are disjointed and they need to be reconciled together. I know that earlier the opening speaker had mentioned an online museum, and I'm hesitant about these types of things because I don't think that they'll get to the crux of what we need, which is a record that can be used when perpetrators are roaming around free and when or if the international community seems to forget that there is a genocide. So this is just one thing that I think is really important, and I think it needs to be pushed. And the next thing I want to talk about, and I'll close with, is the other level of misinformation that's happening. Yesterday, the New Humanitarian actually issued a very good article that I recommend that everybody read. And if I get time, I'll post it into the group chat if I can find it. And it talks about really 3 years on from the 2017 events, what really the Rohingya refugees are understanding with regards to what's happening. And I think that the Rohingya diaspora are in a unique position because they speak the language and because of the cultural connection and because of the trust that they'll inherently probably have with many of the Rohingya that are there, is that we need to be very clear about what these mechanisms are doing. So the International Court of Justice has not delivered a verdict yet. They've only delivered a preliminary order, and that order is being, in my opinion, ignored by Myanmar. Some people may think that they're following it. I don't think they are. And if they are, I think that they need to be very vocal about what they're doing with that. And the first thing that we can tell that they're not following it is the fact that they're not even taking the repatriation process seriously, or that they're not preserving the evidence. And one of the ways in which we can see that is that we should be holding Myanmar and asking Myanmar where the mass graves are of the people who have died and were killed, because I'm pretty sure that they probably destroyed that evidence as much as possible so that none of that can be found. So that needs to be clear as to what the ICJ mechanism is really going to do. And the second thing we need to be clear about is what the role of the International Criminal Court is. And the fact of the matter is that the International Criminal Court, those cases will take a very long time. First, not only do they have to gather the evidence, but after they do that, they're going to have to find the perpetrators to charge. And then once they do that, it's about getting the perpetrators on the docket. And if you don't believe me about how long these cases take, look at the example of Sudan. Now, Sudan is cooperating with the International Criminal Court to hopefully send, the leader that was once there in power to the court, but that's still a negotiation. It's still not even cemented in stone. And it's been a long time since he's been charged with genocide and other crimes. And so these are things that we have to take into account. And we also have to understand that just because there's a prosecution at the ICC, it doesn't equate to the question of repatriation. And so this all needs to be really clarified. And I think we have to make sure that we're very, very clear on this. The other thing is that I noticed even in the discussions today that there is some real creative lingo going on with the word genocide. I don't believe, as an international criminal lawyer, I don't believe that there's anything such as a fast genocide, a slow genocide, a hot genocide, or a cold genocide. I don't believe in any of that. A genocide is a crime. So a crime is a crime. That's it. And so I think we need to understand that not only has the crime not stopped, but it has continued. And as Ty has mentioned, the conditions for not only the crime of genocide, but the crime of apartheid are continuing, because of the national races that are in place, the 1982 law, and other laws that sustain that. These are all things that we need to keep clear on, and we need to make sure are clear. So I think clarity is very important that the diaspora really focuses on, and that we are understanding and educating people on the ground about what these mechanisms are really doing, because I'm sure that their first priority is to go back home. And respectfully, I do agree with Azim on a lot of the things that he said, but I do think that while the Rohingya are there, the government of Bangladesh could give them education so that their lives are not lost and an entire generation is not lost to this violence and while they're waiting, but they do have every right and they should be able to go back home. But we also need to talk about the fact, the realistic things, which is that China and India have very much are taking that part of the land and they're doing different things. And so the last thing I want to say, and it's something that I notice in the media, and regardless of whether you agree with the politics of, Sheikh Hasina or not, Her Excellency, I would say that I think given the pandemic and given the fact that she is hosting 1 million people in Bangladesh, which we know is a country that has a lot of strain on resources, I think she's doing an excellent job. And I really wish that the media would give her a lot more credit, especially given the people that she has to deal with in Asia, given her neighbors to the north and the south and to the east and west. I think that she should be supported more, and I very much applaud the fact, and again, regardless of your political beliefs on whether you agree with her policies or not, her continued political will to host the Rohingya community. And I think that in addition to that, it would be really wonderful that if she would be able to, and her government would be able to give the Rohingya education opportunities and to be able to help with that. So I do see that there's some questions for me there, and I'll answer those a little bit later. But one thing I can say is with regards to the NGOs that are on the ground in the United States, the American Jewish World Service, Catholic Charities, Caritas, International Refugee Committee, there are a lot of NGOs that are working with the Rohingya that are, and even if they're not directly working with the diaspora, they're definitely working on the issues. And so it's just, I would need a whole seminar just to be able to name what everybody's doing, but they're doing a really great job. And one of the things that I'm really excited about to share from the US side is that there is a lot of interfaith work being done in the United States. And so this is transcended far beyond just a religious issue. It is something that a lot of Americans really want to see an end to. And they understand and they recognize the Rohingya people and they stand in solidarity with them. So with that, I will turn over the floor.
Thank you very much. It's been very enriching in terms of the points that you've made, and you've covered a huge canvas and different aspects of the issue of the Rohingya diaspora is facing, the issues in Bangladesh and in Myanmar at the legal level, at the cultural level. So it's a huge amount of information that you've given us, and I'm sure there will be plenty of questions. So please wait for those questions. I'm going to go to the next speaker, and our third speaker, Mr. Bunrik, who is a PhD candidate at the University of Chiang Mai, and he will be talking about rebuilding Rohingya-ness in exile, networks and the construction of representation in Thailand. As we know, Thailand has been the home for different ethnic groups from Myanmar, including Rohingyas, and they have actually developed sophisticated set of policies in Thailand. And I really like to invite Professor Bunrik to give his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Greeting from Thailand, everyone. Let me share my PowerPoint slide first. Okay. Again, good evening, everyone. My name is Kunwut Bunrak. I am a PhD candidate from Chiang Mai University, Thailand. It's my honor to be here to join this conference today during this challenging period. So today I'm going to present my one part of my PhD thesis called Rebuilding Rohingya-ness in Exile Networks and the Construction of Representation in Thailand. It might be quite small scale compared to earlier presenters, but let's see, it might give more fruitful perspective on the Rohingya diaspora. I've been working with the Rohingya people in Thailand for years, and I have shifted my study from Rohingya at the Thai-Burma border to transnational networks of Rohingya through media. So this talk I'm gonna present is based on my fieldwork that has been going on for 2 years now. What I'm presenting today is to show the big picture of organizations in Thailand that are working on Rohingya issue. And this presentation will focus on one of my 3 fieldwork sites. And my research is in progress. And these are the completed part. In Thailand, as you know, there are a few sizable Rohingya refugee and communities as well. So far, I attempt to understand how the Rohingya living outside their homeland forms their network in attempt to tackle Rohingya issue and to end the suffering of the Rohingya people. It focuses specifically on the Rohingya refugees community in Thailand, whose actors and activists come from the diverse backgrounds and present different voice of Rohingya. Even though massive attention has been on the Rohingya on media and even academic research, they tend to perceive and portray these people as either passive victims of oppression in Burma or the violent actor causing conflict with Arakan Buddhists. So many researchers has been interested on how representation of Rohingya has been constructed and media, in what ways it shaped their lives. A number of findings shows that the mainstream media made an impact on the Rohingya people. Media is among the main actors that make representation of the Rohingya real. The questions I'm interested to find out is whether the Rohingya can claim their own representation, and if so, in what ways they choose to represent themselves. Some of you may know that Malaysia is one of the major hosts of asylum seekers as well, but many Rohingya decide to stay in Thailand because of distance and the availability of the refugee camps. So you can see that in Thailand we got a lot of refugee camps, the 9 main refugee camps along the Thai-Myanmar border, but 30% of Rohingya people living in these 3 camps near Mae-Sot area. And the estimated number of Rohingya population in Thailand right now is about 18,000 to 20,000. And you can see the routes that they migrate or refugee from Burma by land and by boat. So Ranong province in the southern part of Thailand is kind of transit area for Rohingya who wants to go further to Malaysia or Indonesia. Another reason is that there are large Thai Muslim communities in the northern part of Thailand, the southern part of Thailand, along the Thai-Burma border. So we can say that this community is quite big for Muslim that migrate from Burma or West Burma. But unfortunately, these communities helps Rohingya for kind of employment and participation in local religious networks. But as far as I know, unfortunately, many Thais are still oblivious about the presence of refugees and asylum seekers in the country or their plight. Moreover, from previous studies, there are many groups of Rohingya scattered in different parts of Thailand. The main point that my study will focus on is the network of Rohingya in Thailand, with several networks of different purpose, such as economic, religion, or even humanitarian aid. These networks always overlap with one another. And these networks coexist in Muslim organization, INGOs, faith-based humanitarian organization, and especially the media. So the media is the main focus of my research. And I'm interested in seeing how Rohingya networks interact to one another in order to express their identities and create space for themselves to survive in Thailand. Talk about media networks and representation in Thailand. The media function and reinforce the central value system of the society it serves. Thai government control media in a considerable extent, so they are not fully independent. This ranges from the choice of stories to report onto the angle and completeness of the stories, especially for controversial reports like Rohingya. There are limited actors in media space for Rohingya issue in Thailand, which obviously include Thai media agencies, government of Thailand, Thai citizens, and especially Thai Muslim groups who come to help Rohingya refugees. So the Rohingya networks, which I will explain next, interact to one another to work together on Rohingya issue in many ways. Let me give you brief information about 2 groups of Rohingya and 3 INGOs organization which do not work together on a regular basis, but they can work with each other on a Rohingya issue. The first one is BRAD, Burmese Rohingya Association in Thailand. BRAD is an important group of actors in advocacy for Rohingya in media, particularly on online social media. BRAD has a purpose to serve the cause of Rohingya and advocate the plight of their people on social media. They usually work with Thai media agencies and Thai Muslim organizations, and they often work as a kind of medium to connect Thai public with Rohingya people. The second one is RAD, Rohingya Association in Thailand, or we can call them Rohingya Club. They are established with more political aspect than BRAD. The leader of this group is from voting. And they also have a registered member who work as a journalist, activist, NGO, and they got clear supporters like Thai Muslim and Middle Eastern Muslim. And the main function of the Rohingya Club is to raise money from the Thais to donate to Rohingya shelter in the deep south of Thailand. So let's see the 3 INGO groups that I work with. The first one is Amnesty International Thailand. Actually, they work on several issues, like as we know, but in the past 3 years, they have followed Rohingya issue very closely. It is an NGO with the most diverse activities in media platforms such as online article, short film, and documentary. So Amnesty has organized even small and big scale seminar conducted in Thai and English, focus group, and even film screening connected to the Rohingya issue. The second one is Asylum Access. They are a non-profit organization. They works with human rights issue and refugee in Thailand. This organization have been continually work closely with Rohingya and reporting about this issue by organizing seminars and exhibition in Thailand. The last one, the most important key informant for my work is the White Channel. The significance of White Channel is the only Thai Muslim organization that has been in Rakhine State, Burma, to advocate for Rohingya issue. This is an interesting organization because it is like an all-around organization working on a religion issue, advocate for human rights issue, and also have their own media. So they play a very, very big role as an alternative media to introduce new representation of Rohingya to the Thai people. To sum up, this organization networks in Thailand has been working on a similar issue with different tools. This work have a partially constructed representation of Rohingya among Thai people, even though every organization are concerned with the plight of Rohingya, but these groups do not work on the same thinking foundation or political goals. While BRAD mostly work with faith-based Thai Muslim groups, but the BRAD usually present cosmopolitan angle of Rohingya networks. And like Asylum Access, for example, mostly focuses on the human rights issue. So all of organizations in this study are taken as agency, and they contribute greatly in negotiation of Rohingya representation in the national and transnational level. So go back to the representation of Rohingya in media. The media reportings on Rohingya in Thailand have been minimal in comparison to like other social issues. But however, the first thing to note is that the attention paid to the issue of Rohingya has gained a steady and significant rise within the last 5 years, despite its low coverage. This shows that Rohingya has gained much importance in the public debate in Thailand context, especially alternative media. They have given very, very high attention to the Rohingya issue in recent years. And it is quite clear that representation of Rohingya are heavily influenced by the media, Thai Muslim organization and INGOs. So all of these can lead to impact on a political level. And so I found that the theme of Rohingya representation on both mass media and social media in Thailand is usually negative, revolve around dehumanization, sensationalization, and simplification. But social media is a place that people can contribute to the debate and give a space to Rohingya people. So representation of Rohingya are more diverse on social media. So before I talk about my research site, I want to give my preliminary findings now. The representation of Rohingya on Thai mainstream media is often linked to a negative depiction, and it is highly connected to the question of national security and crime. And from what I explained earlier, the Rohingya organization work closely together also with INGOs, and they aim to present new image by engaging in networks to create representation responding and countering reputation of being terrorists, which are invented by Thai and Burmese government and the mainstream media. And despite the competition with other issues in the country, alternative media gives a more favorable depiction on Rohingya. However, the news from alternative media is only confined to those who are aware of the situation, or those who have followed them on social media, or even those who subscribe to the ideologies represented by the news agency, because alternative media do not have many platforms as those of mainstream media. They are usually active on social media. My work has been exploring these three areas, which are Mesot, Thai-Burma borderland, and Bangkok and surrounding provinces. And the last one is in the deep southern part of Thailand. Today, I will briefly talk about what I found in Mesot. So you can see the big picture of my studying, because I'm working on the finding from other two locations. The Thai-Burma borderland includes a vast area of more than 2,000 kilometers. So Vai Mesot district is very important for Muslim from Myanmar and also for Rohingya people. The area of this study is in Mesot, Tak province, Thailand, which is a borderland rich in ethnic and religious diversity. Not only it is already home to a large number of Muslim, but also to Chan, Karen, numerous Northern Thai ethnic groups, Thai Chinese communities, and people from numerous Thai provinces who have come to trade and to resettle. And Mesot are also a large variety of religion represented within the region. Also, Mesot is a part of the East-West Economic Corridor connecting Mot Lamjai in the eastern of Myanmar to Da Nang in Vietnam. So they got a lot of potential to do cross-border trade business. And also they got a big three refugee camps along the border, which is already home to a large number of Muslims from Myanmar. It was found that the first generation of Rohingya came to Mesot around 1967 for doing business, and right now they are still the largest group of Rohingya in Mesot. For 30 years, they were going in and out of Mesot. They would rent places for continue their business. In 1997, the second generation got the Thai citizen, so they can own a land and continuing textile business until 2002. At that time, the market was super competitive, so the Rohingya adapted by shifting to the second-hand timber business around 2002. After doing this business for 10 years, they became very well known as the owner of second-hand timber business among border traders. It has become their part of their economic identity. And the most recent significant event is the new arrival of Rohingya in Mesot around 2012 to 2013. Actually, there were several migration waves of Rohingya since 1967, but I want to emphasize this one in particular because it has the highest number of Rohingya that arrested by the border patrol police. Well, yeah. There are a lot of new arrival Rohingya who was sent to work at the Mesot, especially in the Murray River that they do cross-border business with the help from social Rohingya network. This Rohingya businessman has a close relation with Pakistani businessmen as they are living in the Muslim community altogether, and they are usually work as a bicycle mechanic, car or like car caretaker, or a fixed part of engine for the Pakistani owner. But the main problem for them while working here is their representation by the media that shapes perception of them as a violent Muslim extremists planning to migrate to the restive areas in the south of Thailand. Sometimes they are also perceived to be related to Patani separatists in southern part of Thailand. So they will not reveal their identity as Rohingya to the officials or strangers. Actually, they usually want to be understood as belonging to be to a different ethnic groups such as Burmese Muslim or Karen Muslim. Moreover, the displaced Rohingya deny otherness by presenting their new identity as a good citizen to promote relationship among Muslim community in Mysore and Thai government. Also, it is to justify their presence in Thailand. By doing this, they want the government to think that they accept the central authority and able to become good citizens according to the government definition. So I would like to end by stating that culture and political structure in borderland societies are key conditions directing the movement of migrants and refugees, especially the newly arriving Rohingya in Mysore. The movement of Rohingya is impossible without network. Then migrants often use network to acquire more and more capital and build upon that. One more point is that the Rohingya are not submissive about the limited representation. There are evidence showing their effort to negotiate with the forced representation. And I found that identity adaptation and redefinition were used to avoid otherness and to access economic resource, like they are now fully integrated into the largest local Muslim community in Mysore. And this practice of adaptation construct multiple and fluid identities to negotiate with economic and political circumstance in the borderland. Thank you. Questions are more than welcome.
Thank you very much. You have presented us with some very concrete evidence from your research, and I think there will be a number of questions. You've really looked at the micro picture, if I can put it that way, in Thailand, how the movement have taken place and the integration to some extent within the local Muslim community, and what next in terms of developing the network through social media and the rest. So I'm sure this will be a fascinating area to discuss further. I'm just conscious of the time factor. We do have our discussant, Mr. Morshed, who is the Senior Director at BRAC, which is the largest NGO in the world and has a huge presence in Cox's Bazar, working with the Rohingya refugees in Cox's Bazar, but also works in different other countries. So Mr. Morshed brings a huge wealth of information in terms of development, in terms of advocacy, and I would like Mr. Morshed to look at the presentation and give his thoughts and his take on what he has heard before I actually open up the floor and have questions from participants. Mr. Morshed, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. It has been a pleasure to participate in this discussion, and the three presentations that I've heard is really a challenging task to try and reflect on all of these, because this covered in different aspects of this challenge, but very, very interesting discussion. So let me play the fourth panelist role. We have heard what is happening in Thailand, in US, and UK. Let me just quickly bring this audience back to what is happening in Bangladesh. And maybe that can at least some of the uniqueness in Bangladesh situation to try and wrap this thing around in the context. See, I would say there are two interesting characteristics of the refugees, Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, which should be which we should keep in mind while discussing the diaspora's role, putting pressure on Myanmar and so on and so forth. The first is, the place that they're in Cox's Bazar, which was established in 1790. Mind it, is few hundred years back, 1790, by one British Army captain called Captain Cox, was basically to settle the Rohingyas, who were then displaced from Myanmar at that time. And the situation was almost what we are seeing now. Let me read from his memoir. I'm reading from Mr. Cox's description. He said, such a multitude flying through the forests and deserts without a pre-contracted plan, number must have perished from want, sickness, and fatigue. I have been informed that the road to the Naf is strewn with bodies. So, what he has seen a few hundred years back is what we have seen this time around. So, I'm saying that this refugee, this ethnic conflict, which pushed back the Muslims to this part of the world, is not the first incident. There is a historical background to it, and we cannot just say and ignore that historical part of the story. In fact, before the English took over Myanmar in 1826, there were a constant fight between the Rohingyas who settled in Cox's Bazar, which is then British India, and with the Monks on the other side of the border. And then when in 1826 British took over and conquered this Myanmar, then Burma, the situation changes, and then there were more free communication between these two parts of the world. And I'm not. So when there is this artificial political border established, I'm saying artificial because all political border is artificial, political. Set in 1947, the division was artificially based on some English decision by the colonists, and the people are divided. So, and from 1948 onward, there were many times the Rohingyas came to Bangladesh, and initially they came to their families, they came to their kins, and when Bangladesh became an independent country, they actually kept coming. Of course, we talk about years like 1991. So all these years, 2016, and there are 74, 78. We make tell these numbers when large Rohingya influx happened. But the Rohingyas continued to come to their kins, those who were there, separated in 1947 or thereabout. So Bangladeshis, this part of the border, the Bangladeshis, those who were probably somewhere they were related, has a deep sense of empathy, deep sense of keenness with the refugees who has arrived all these years, including in 2017. In fact, after this 82 law that you talked about, many of the Rohingyas could not even get medical treatment in the other side of the border. So for even a major surgery, they used to travel to this side and get treatment in Bangladesh hospitals. I know hundreds of madrasa graduates who actually graduated from Chittagong madrasa who are Rohingyas. So there is a deep-seated relationship which we cannot just ignore. I understand that these are two countries, two different, but this is not very uncommon when a community were connected, divided into two different countries. This is exactly what happened here. So this is the first thing. But the second aspect, which is also unique, I would say, which is something that we need to remember, It's unlike in Thailand, in other countries, in USA, in UK, where the Rohingyas are, in Japan, Bangladesh is a Muslim majority country. So when they came 2017, we did a survey, I remember in February 2018. We basically asked the refugees that, why do you think Bangladesh opened the border? Everybody said, we think Bangladesh opened the border because they are Muslims. Now we asked the same question to Bangladeshis, the host community who opened the border, not only that, opened their homes in initial days and shared whatever they have with them. And we asked them that, why do you think Bangladesh opened the border? Almost none, only I remember around 13% says because they are Muslim. Everybody else says because this is a humanitarian crisis. So these differences of how Bangladesh sees this crisis and how the Rohingyas sees this crisis still possibly exist. The Rohingya sees it as a religious right, or it is religion because they share the same religion there in Bangladesh, and they treat this refuge as much more, from a, they see it in one angle. Let me just try to be politically correct. One angle, Bangladesh see it from a different angle, and this difference most probably still there. Now, you talked about all three presenters talked about misinformation campaign that was there in Myanmar, and believe me, it hasn't not only worked inside Myanmar. It in the discussion actually seeded the Rohingya discussion in Bangladesh as well. The strategy that the junta followed is not nothing new. The Nazis did the same thing. The African sectoral warlord do the same thing. Somehow prove that these people are subhuman, less than human. So we, the Mogs, are proper human, first class, and the Rohingyas are uncultured, savage, ruthless people. And that was also not only worked in Myanmar, that also seeded the discussion, the media discussion in Bangladesh, and which is very common in any media discussion you see, as the media often says that if there is no bleeding, there is no heading. So the Myanmar discussion provided the bleeding edge for Bangladesh media to start the discussion. And the misinformation also affected a lot of social or public opinion about the Rohingyas. Of course, in Bangladesh too, the Rohingyas tried to reach out and mingle with the community. But their situation was quite complex in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, they were outside, divide the Rohingyas into two groups. One is old Rohingya, who came before 2016, and they have the refugee status. They were working in Bangladesh, so they saw the new Rohingyas as a nuisance, because of the new Rohingyas, their ability to get work become restricted. They become another cheap source of labor and undercutting the wages of the old Rohingyas. And then there were various trade links and relationship, and because of this new influx, and because everybody went in and tried to help, Cox's suddenly become a cash-rich district where a lot of work, construction work, this and that is being happening. So there are multiple parties, not only Bangladesh is also, then Bangladeshis are divided into two parts then. One is Bangladeshis who reside and lived in Cox's Bazar, and Bangladeshi from the other part of Bangladesh who went there to get a share of the contract and the business that is there. So all this and the seeding of media actually, I guess, still today are playing a role in kind of that narrative that Rohingya is a problem and they are creating social problem, this problem and that problem. Recently, we have asked people of Cox's Bazar that how many do you think can get infected with the COVID-19 virus? Almost everybody said no, we are immune of COVID-19. Then we asked how many of those inside the camp might get virus? And the reaction is everybody will have virus. So these differences, this is also supported by the media narrative, also supported by how the discussion is seeded and so on. So and as a result, already ensuring social cohesion become one of the priority in Cox's Bazar. So in this context and in the context of today's discussion, where we have representative from Rohingya diasporas, and this, I think there are two things that I should mention. One is this diaspora can play important role in bridging the host refugee tension, reducing the tension, because a Bangladeshi talking to a Rohingya who is out of the camp and staying in a hotel is a different discussion than somebody who is inside the camp and dependent on him. I think this is one area which is important, which can be done, which should be done. And second is also the diasporas can, there are many, I worked with at least half a dozen diaspora organizations in my current role. And I think there is an immediate need for these diaspora organizations to come and start talk together, get a common messaging, common strategy, and separate the work between different organizations. Some will be working in the UN corridors. Others will be working with national government. So that is not happening. I think this is my second recommendation for the diaspora community. My third recommendation for the diaspora community is, I see most of the diaspora organizations are fixated about the accountability and justice question, which is important, absolutely important, but that takes time. It will take, say, as we have heard this international criminal lawyer, it takes decades. So they should also focus on what will happen between this time. What will be their livelihood? How would they continue their work? How will they survive? What about the education? What about their future? So there is life in between where they are now and what they want to be. There is no doubt, at least in my mind, that the ultimate solution has to be in Myanmar. These people they have a land, they have a right to live in their land. Full stop. There is nothing, there cannot be anything short of that. But then where they are now and what they want to be, there is a gap. So how this gap, what will happen between this gap, is an important discussion, and I somehow see not many diaspora organizations are not engaged in this discussion. This sometimes might seem mundane or less critical, but I think we need to also focus. So these are the three recommendations I have for all the diaspora organizations here. Please help us bridge the social cohesion issue. Please, have a single messaging and strategy. Divide the work between yourself. And third, please also focus some of the mundane day-to-day stuff that needs your intervention as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morshed. Thank you very much. You have also covered from Mr. Cox to the present. So it's been a real sort of tour de force of the history and of current affairs, and some very specific recommendations right at the end. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to go back to all the speakers and basically ask them to respond to some of the questions that people have been raising. I think you have probably seen some of the questions. And I mean, if I could, questions that you have seen, would you like to respond, say, give you 5 minutes to respond to some of those questions and what you have heard? And then I'll go to the other speaker. Ms. Thai, over
Yeah,
to you.
I haven't seen any specific question referring to me actually. I don't know, have you seen anything?
I probably there's a lot of compliments to your presentation.
Yeah.
Say if, what you've heard from others. I mean, kind of in a way, summing up in terms of what you think now, what diaspora's role could be. I think if you could just take us along that path, given the work that you have done, as kind of some concluding thoughts, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I guess I think I would like to also give a kind of thank you to our discussant who has a kind of raising some question of historical narrative, and then also about the religions and ethnicity has been kind of attached with the Bangladesh and the Myanmar and then the narrative. And then I want to emphasize about, I think the reason also why I'm also asking about the citizenship has to be dissociated with the religions and race is also one of the thing is because it's very easy to differentiate the people when you say you live close to the Bangladesh and you belong to Bangladesh, you know. That kind of narrative has been so much shaped in the country because you belong, because you're Muslim and you are in the border and you are coming from that narrative, you're coming from there. However, all the historical because in the British Burma when British was in the region, of course the you cannot say the people were illegally crossing because at that time it was illegal, right? So the illegal has to be only clarified from when British has given a kind of the Union of Burma, a kind of become Burma. The Rohingya population has been living in these two border somehow, so that has been not been recognized. So I think it's a good point, like that how the religion has been associated to the race. And my suggestion is also because the race has been also in very much in center of the problem in the country wise, you know, if not only Rohingya. So then to be able to really focus the root cause of the problem, you know, which will be probably coming to the Rohingya maybe later, is a part of the problem. So suggesting to be able to have a kind of unique inclusive citizenship is very, very necessary for the country wise, you know, as everyone say, at the end of the day, this is the country people believe this is, they belong to there. They don't consider they belong to Bangladesh, right? Who they live in the camps, they always say, we are from Burma, so from Burma, they always say the same thing. So yeah, in this kind of historical in justice and then inclusive, which has been the co-center of the citizenship problem, you know, not be maybe making a foreigner or there, yeah, still people are trying to be access to their healthcare in Bangladesh, you know. So those who can afford, they have to visit the Bangladesh to for the education and for the healthcare access. So that is still in the country. I'm just looking at is any particular question that should really answer. Yeah.
If I may just, there is
sorry,
one question to the panel.
Yep.
I mean, just read out the question that I have got here. To
Yep.
what extent are the Rohingya people in Rakhine and in the diaspora aware of the colonial and post-colonial history, which has played a key role in effectuating their current predicament? I mean, sort of basically, so, I mean, to what extent the knowledge of history is there? And
Yep.
number two, what role can the Rohingya diaspora play in instigating domestic universal jurisdiction international criminal proceedings against Myanmar military and government officials allegedly responsible for the atrocities, such as
Okay.
the one initiated by Brooke in Argentina?
Yeah.
Our other panelists can also respond, but if any thoughts from you on that?
Yeah, I will probably take the second one first. The the political issue in the country is we have a loss in opposition, right? So I mean, to be able to prosecute the perpetrator, we need a party which will be giving the international support and prosecute the perpetrator of the crimes committed against Rohingya and other population. But we have lost this kind of opposition voice in the country since the NLD and then Aung San Suu Kyi has taken a side with the military, and obviously from her presence in the Hague. So this is the main problem we have in domestically we are missing, because we don't have any kind of voices against the oppositions and the both military and opposition. All the main political party has been not talking about any minority. They have their populist agenda, which is how is complex and how it's difficult for Rohingya situations, because in other kind of crisis or in ethnic cleansing or genocide, you have to find a kind of a process first to be able to turn the situation and to the right side. But now we don't have even of this kind of political forces in the country, which we thought we have until 2010. We were still hoping that NL will be doing something, but then year by year it's more clear and clear. But now we have lost anything. I don't believe anything gonna be changing in 2020 election. Obviously, will be the same party will be gaining, and the same politics and the same popular narrative of the majority favoring politics. So that's what's gonna be happening. In generally, so it is a kind of the situation how is difficult to solve domestically for now, or internationally, because internationally has also several issues, because they weren't able to do something like coming into the country and then influence the law, domestic law, never. But then they have to figure out what is the opposition and then support the domestic and then change the law and then solve the problem domestically. That is how I understand from international mechanism mostly. The first question about the colonial, and then my knowledge of the history is the colonial formation of ethnic divisions, including Rohingya, has a kind of been generalized, mostly general. For example, they have a census saying they're Arakanese, right? But then authority has changed so many names, about the Rakhine, state has been. So on those kind of evaluation, the sense of the Rohingya population there has been illegalized by the narrative from the whatever the state has been drawn from the thing, because the 135 is also a kind of the come from 144, and the 144 come from British census somewhere. They will argue and saying there were no Rohingya in the census, but however, that's what's mentioned, the Arakanese, which is mean like the people living in the Arakan lands are the part of the Union of Burma, which was same thing. So historically, not only in the Rakhine state, but equally they have the colonial division and colonial ethnic formation has created problem, ethnic conflict in the whole Burma. Actually, if you tell me Rohingya is only one part of this, but probably it's the most persecuted one, being a Muslim and being historical injustice has been so much on the Rohingya, and then majority Burma country. So it's a kind of obvious that, and then of course the Muslim has been persecuted. It's just kind of global phenomenal, so I think that what happened is the historical with the colonial and post-colonial is because of all the ethnic formation and not been, some has been omitted and some have been committed. They made commission to promote, in their administration. Thank you.
Thank you for tackling those difficult questions, but thank you. And I think the point that you made at the end is that it's something which goes back, and there's a lot of complicated issues which started during the colonial time, but's continued and has been made very political, and sort of the prejudice and the rest has now been poisoned. And basically it's used as a tap, really, in a way, to prosecute various groups of people. And Rohingyas are the most persecuted, but but you have others in Myanmar who are also at the receiving end. So I'd like to, because I'm conscious of the time, I want to go to Ms. Polos. There are a number of questions there. I'm sure you've seen those questions, but can I kind of bring to your attention one particular question which goes like this, which says, could you please elaborate more on the composition of the Rohingya diaspora in the US? When did they arrive in the US? Are you aware of any victims of the recent violence from MYN who are now in the US? Are there any specific diaspora groups that represent works with them? So there's quite a few questions in one question there. Then there is another question from another gentleman. Why USA is not interested to settle the issue of Rohingya community? Doesn't have USA any economic interest here? Does it have any economic interest here? USA can take a very strong role to settle this issue. So there may be one or two other questions, but can I ask you to respond to some of that, a couple of those questions, and probably you may have noticed others. Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I actually did answer both of those questions, but just to clarify the answers that I gave, the U.S. Asylum procedures now under the Trump administration, just recently, the numbers got cut back a little bit, but there are Rohingya that are still coming, and they can come from different places. So they can come from Malaysia, they can come from Bangladesh. So we are still seeing people coming in. And where they get settled, I mean, I think sometimes people forget the United States it's a very large country, and there's a lot of different places here. So I couldn't tell you exactly where they're being settled. I mean, we have groups in Atlanta, Chicago, New York. There's groups here in Florida. So, and that's just some of the ones. Los Angeles, Washington State has them. So has Rohingya people. So it's really a statistical breakdown that I wouldn't have. And I'm not really sure at this point in time because of everything else, like, who is that? But the groups that work with them mainly, again, are interfaith groups. So it may be churches that help them, and definitely, of course, the cultural associations by the Rohingya themselves that help. So if you're interested in learning like more about those groups, you can find them very easy on Google. There's a group in Atlanta, there's a group in Chicago, there's a group in Florida, and so they work with these communities. As far as the other question with the U.S. role, I think we need to be really realistic about the situation in the region. The U.S., of course, has an interest in stopping the crimes against the Rohingya, and they have traditionally and historically have not ever favored the Burmese military. As a matter of fact, the U.S. for a long time, up until President Obama, had sanctions on the country. And so that turning point was because of this democracy card that they started playing. And as we can see, whether that is something that the international community is interested in pursuing, then it means that it has to have the removal of these laws that continue to perpetuate not only the apartheid, but the genocide. So the US, of course, wants to play more of a bigger role, but we have to remember that you have China and India in the region, and you have other geopolitical components to that. And you also have to look at how Bangladesh and the US and their relationship. So it's not really something that the US can just come over here and say, because if the US could do that, they would. But if you want to look at the way the geopolitical situation is playing out, take a look at the UN Security Council on this issue. Both Russia and China use their no votes, or what's known in the colloquial language as the vetoes, to not even get the issue on the agenda. And so this is kind of like what these countries are dealing with. So I don't think it's because the US doesn't have the will. I think it's the way. How does it happen so that you don't start a world war over this, and you do it in the most peaceful way, with also recognizing the fact that there are different issues. Now, the other one that I want to answer is something that Sarah Hossein posted, and she talks about the fact that there are human rights situations going on in Bangladesh. And what I would say to that is, of course, all groups and everyone are entitled to human rights under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and Economic, Cultural, Social Rights. And I think that would probably be best set aside for another conference. I know that there are a lot of issues in South Asia with regards to indigenous rights and tribal rights. So I think that it's really important that we don't neglect those. But I think it's also important that the message is consistent. So if we want to solve one problem, we have to make sure that we're being consistent in our treatment with everyone. But again, this specific conference is for the Rohingya, which is why I'm focused on the Rohingya issue itself. And then finally, I guess what I would say is I really liked what the sir said at the end here to kind of encapsulate everything. And I agree that I think we need to have a better bridge. And I think the diaspora groups are really poised to be able to do that. And I think one of the mechanisms that I would encourage everyone, especially by the conclusion of tomorrow, to make sure that you keep your eyes on is the Universal Periodic Review that Myanmar is going to be participating in and said that they would engage in at the last Human Rights Council session that they participated in. And that review, of course, will look at their acceptance of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And that will be a very crucial moment, not only for the Rohingya, but for also all the other minority and indigenous groups in Burma to have their floor, to be able to engage that process. And Bangladesh, as a government, can engage that process as well. And we should ask these countries to do that. And then I guess the final thing I would say, which we haven't brought up, but I do want to mention, is the role of corporations. We mentioned in the first panel. I think that there is a way where we can utilize the corporations to notify them and other governments about their complicity in the genocide. And I think it's really important that we start to point that out vocally to them and to ask them that if they don't want to participate, then they have to change their way that they work with the Myanmar government if they're really interested in investment and projects like that. And one of the ways for that is for the corporations themselves to recognize the Rohingya, maybe go in. But that's just an idea, it's a loose idea, but I'll turn it over now to the other speaker to share his thoughts.
No, thank you very much. The last point may be something that you just touched upon, but a very important one, which was discussed by the first panel also. But thank you for taking up all these points and some of the issues that were raised in the chat box. But I appreciate that. I'd like to go to Professor Bunrik, and there are a couple of questions that I would like to draw your attention to. Number one, does your government, Thai government, has any specific policy in order to accommodate Rohingya people in Thailand? And two, do you find any cultural threats or disharmony after receiving Rohingya community in Thai society? There may be others, but I'm just kind of highlighting those 2 points. If you could respond to that, and then we will move on to 1 or 2 other questions which are there for other participants in the group. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the questions, Sanjay. First of all, thank you, Professor Moshat. Such a great insight, such an interesting insight. For the first questions, I think Thai government has no long-term measure before or even after the military government was elected last year. Actually, there was a plan to open up a shelter for the Rohingya people in the southern part of Thailand, like in the deep south bordering with Malaysia. But the local people pressured the government to not do that. So the government aborted the shelter plan, and all Rohingya refugees had to flee from Thailand. Like have to refuge to Malaysia or even Indonesia. And for the second questions, I would say all of my 3 fieldwork sites are absolutely different. There's not a lot of issue in the Thai Burma borderland in Masot, where there are many Rohingya people doing business, cross-border trade business. But while in Bangkok, there are mostly unskilled and skilled workers, and their workforce is always needed for especially Thai Muslim business. But there are several issues in the southern Thailand because the majority of local people do not accept the refugees or even migrants. There are many conflicts, and many Rohingya were killed by the government official or Thai Navy. But obviously, it's not on the news. Actually, the reporters now are still being trailed in the court. So I would like to mention that as far as I know, there's no organization from Thailand that I know of has a role in jurisdiction, international criminal procedure, on the Rohingya cause. So there is more kind of humanitarian aspect of work involved by the Thai organizations. Yeah, that's all I can respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are nearly 15 minutes over the time, but we started a bit late. But thank you very much. And before quite a few responses. So would you like to just in a couple of minutes give your concluding thoughts, Mr. Murshid?
Sure, sir. There's a comment that made by, I talked about 3 roles that the diaspora organizations can play. And I'm sure over the next 1 day and a half, we'll get more such ideas. Then what next? So maybe I think this workshop today is a very good start. But from then on, if we can follow up and get those who are the respondent in Bangladesh who are interested in working with the diaspora organizations who are interested to work on the Bangladeshi refugee situation. I think we should continue this discussion, not through such a workshop, but through regular in whatever means that the organizers decide. But I think this discussion needs to continue to help redefine the role, the image, if you may, but also making sure that the diaspora organizations can actually have an impact at all level of the problem, and also help us solve some of the day-to-day issues, not just the refugee return, which is important. Again, don't get me wrong, because I know people might think that I'm deviating from the main issue. No, that's important, but from here to there is a time lap, and that gap needs to be somehow bridged. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have covered a lot of points in both the panel discussions. There will be some more tomorrow, but I think what I can say in summary is the fact that 3 years have gone by, and Bangladesh and the international organizations, national organizations, local organizations, particularly the local citizens, have paid a very high price in terms of the work that they had to do, in terms of what they had to forego. So there was this immediate need, and I think we collectively, all the stakeholders, have really come ahead, and we are trying to identify different pathways in terms of how to actually find sustainable solution to this huge issue that we have with us. And Bangladesh is not the only country. There are other countries, but for a country like Bangladesh, having nearly 1 million refugees is a huge burden. But at the same time, there are opportunities here. I think people have talked about those opportunities, and the opportunities for both for the diaspora and also for for Bangladeshis and the Bangladesh government, to really sort of look forward, look ahead, and address some of these key issues, the issues such as education, such as livelihood, in terms of communication, in terms of kind of creating cohesion, as you've talked about, Mr. Murshid. And I think this one has to really look at the big picture now, because the first 3 years we have kind of had to deal with emergency situation, humanitarian crisis, responding to those. But now I think we have to think of mid to long term, and what we have heard from the 2 panels, the panelists giving example of what's happening in different countries, and also how the Rohingya diaspora can step in. I think the message that I want to give right at the end is that there has to be a vision, a visionary kind of approach in terms of how the diaspora and others can come together and really sort of take this issue forward. It's not for one government, it's not for just a few organizations, it's a collective effort, and at the regional level and at the global level, one will have to look at it. And I think the answer will not be a legal answer. As I think someone has said, legal process is going to take a long time. And as we have seen, legal decisions can be flouted in the short term. In the long term, I think there can be action taken, as we have seen in other parts of the world. But in the short to medium term, the culprits can get away with it. So what do we do? How do we deal with it? We've heard a number of suggestions, and I'm sure tomorrow we will also hear a lot more. I will encourage all the participants today to come join us tomorrow and to listen to others and talk about it. Most importantly, I mean, there will be the declaration, the Dhaka Declaration, second Dhaka Declaration, which will be released tomorrow, incorporating some of the ideas that we have talked about in terms of actually also taking some specific steps forward and how to really resolve this issue collectively, inclusively. So let me thank the panelists for their outstanding contribution and our discussant for actually bringing the whole thing together in a very eloquent manner. And I like to sort of thank all the participants who have stayed with us for the last few hours, and I invite you to join us tomorrow. So I say good night from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and wherever you are, be safe,